هنا جاء القرار المصيري في تاريخ الطب لدى البشرية، جعل الصيدلة لوحدها كواحدة من أهم مراحل العلاج على الإطلاق.
نلتقي اليوم في منصة علمية وعملية على أرض تبني مستقبلها بخطى واضحة ورؤية طموحة، حيث تشكل صيدلة المستشفيات جزءاً من تحول صحي يرسم ملامح خدمات أكثر ذكاء وفاعلية ومأمونية.
هنا جاء القرار المصيري في تاريخ الطب لدى البشرية، جعل الصيدلة لوحدها كواحدة من أهم مراحل العلاج على الإطلاق.
نلتقي اليوم في منصة علمية وعملية على أرض تبني مستقبلها بخطى واضحة ورؤية طموحة، حيث تشكل صيدلة المستشفيات جزءاً من تحول صحي يرسم ملامح خدمات أكثر ذكاء وفاعلية ومأمونية.
هنا جاء القرار المصيري في تاريخ الطب لدى البشرية، جعل الصيدلة لوحدها كواحدة من أهم مراحل العلاج على الإطلاق.
نلتقي اليوم في منصة علمية وعملية على أرض تبني مستقبلها بخطى واضحة ورؤية طموحة، حيث تشكل صيدلة المستشفيات جزءاً من تحول صحي يرسم ملامح خدمات أكثر ذكاء وفاعلية ومأمونية.
هنا جاء القرار المصيري في تاريخ الطب لدى البشرية، جعل الصيدلة لوحدها كواحدة من أهم مراحل العلاج على الإطلاق.
نلتقي اليوم في منصة علمية وعملية على أرض تبني مستقبلها بخطى واضحة ورؤية طموحة، حيث تشكل صيدلة المستشفيات جزءاً من تحول صحي يرسم ملامح خدمات أكثر ذكاء وفاعلية ومأمونية.
هنا جاء القرار المصيري في تاريخ الطب لدى البشرية، جعل الصيدلة لوحدها كواحدة من أهم مراحل العلاج على الإطلاق.
نلتقي اليوم في منصة علمية وعملية على أرض تبني مستقبلها بخطى واضحة ورؤية طموحة، حيث تشكل صيدلة المستشفيات جزءاً من تحول صحي يرسم ملامح خدمات أكثر ذكاء وفاعلية ومأمونية.
هنا جاء القرار المصيري في تاريخ الطب لدى البشرية، جعل الصيدلة لوحدها كواحدة من أهم مراحل العلاج على الإطلاق.
نلتقي اليوم في منصة علمية وعملية على أرض تبني مستقبلها بخطى واضحة ورؤية طموحة، حيث تشكل صيدلة المستشفيات جزءاً من تحول صحي يرسم ملامح خدمات أكثر ذكاء وفاعلية ومأمونية.
هنا جاء القرار المصيري في تاريخ الطب لدى البشرية، جعل الصيدلة لوحدها كواحدة من أهم مراحل العلاج على الإطلاق.
نلتقي اليوم في منصة علمية وعملية على أرض تبني مستقبلها بخطى واضحة ورؤية طموحة، حيث تشكل صيدلة المستشفيات جزءاً من تحول صحي يرسم ملامح خدمات أكثر ذكاء وفاعلية ومأمونية.
هنا جاء القرار المصيري في تاريخ الطب لدى البشرية، جعل الصيدلة لوحدها كواحدة من أهم مراحل العلاج على الإطلاق.
نلتقي اليوم في منصة علمية وعملية على أرض تبني مستقبلها بخطى واضحة ورؤية طموحة، حيث تشكل صيدلة المستشفيات جزءاً من تحول صحي يرسم ملامح خدمات أكثر ذكاء وفاعلية ومأمونية.
هنا جاء القرار المصيري في تاريخ الطب لدى البشرية، جعل الصيدلة لوحدها كواحدة من أهم مراحل العلاج على الإطلاق.
نلتقي اليوم في منصة علمية وعملية على أرض تبني مستقبلها بخطى واضحة ورؤية طموحة، حيث تشكل صيدلة المستشفيات جزءاً من تحول صحي يرسم ملامح خدمات أكثر ذكاء وفاعلية ومأمونية.
هنا جاء القرار المصيري في تاريخ الطب لدى البشرية، جعل الصيدلة لوحدها كواحدة من أهم مراحل العلاج على الإطلاق.
Quality, efficiency, and increase the overall value of hospital pharmacy service. My name is Ziad Al-Ahmari, a pharmacy intern from King Khalid University, and it's my pleasure to introduce this important session. In this session, we include two lectures. The first lecture is titled Accrediting Your Pharmacy, Increasing Pharmacy Marketing Value, and its role is focused on supporting sustainable growth, improving operational performance, and strengthening patient safety, and will be presented by Dr. Murod Shukri. And with the second session, the session take format of a structured debate, titled is In-House Outstanding Trial Compound and What's Best for Your Hospital Pharmacy. And that was focused on examination in-house and outsourced trial compound models and discuss their impacts about safety and quality and operational performance in hospital pharmacies. And will feature with Dr. Khalid Shamma and Dr. Hamdi Amin. And before we begin, it's my pleasure to introduce our session chair, Dr. Hisham Al-Motin. Dr. Hisham is Corporate Chief Pharmaceutical Service and experienced leader in pharmacy administration and clinical practice and accreditation-driven service development. And at this point, please join me and welcome Dr. Hisham Al-Motin.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, it's really a pleasure to be here and to introduce and to chair these two excellent presentation and debate. The first one is by Dr. Murod Shukri, and I would love to introduce her. She is a consultant clinical pharmacist, medication use, safety, and co-founder. Associate of Pharmacovigilance. She is currently the pharmacy manager at Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib Medical Group Al-Muhammadiyya Hospital, Jeddah. Before that, she was working as a medication safety officer at King Faisal Specialist Hospital, chairing medication safety committee. She's completed a general BGY1 in Boston, then specialized a BGY2 in pharmacy residency program in medication use safety from the University of California, San Francisco, USA. She has more than 12 years of working experience in private and governmental hospital. She has been heavily involved in student and resident as well as healthcare professional training, performance improvement project, and research. Let's all welcome Dr. Murod.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I really hope that you are interested in accreditation, not just coming to the Ihop for no good reason. I take accreditation seriously because it's the same reason you are looking for board certification. It's a validation that you know what is the best practice and standards is going for. All right, so either you're young about the accreditation experience or maybe you're senior already, we want to just give you an idea about the most common hospital pharmacy or pharmacy-related accreditations. SIBAHI, of course, Joint Commission, as well as we're going to touch on ASHP and HIMSS because they really matter. We'll also discuss the successful key steps toward achieving those accreditations. And because many as well have concerns about certain challenges, we'll highlight those challenges and give you key answers. How can you navigate through them successfully? So why accreditation matters? One of them, because you want to improve. You are looking to implement safety standards to protect your patients, definitely. You want to have a culture of continuous improvement. You want to identify gaps and risk within your practices and reduce them or prevent them as possible. Its return back is operational efficiency because you're closing those non-standardized practices and you are making the care to the patient more sustainable. Moreover, your organization, as well as your department and processes, will be more trustworthy. It's a reputable accreditation if you're getting it, and you should be proud that you are reflecting those safety and quality standards in your organizations. And you will, by this, increasing patient satisfaction, insurance and buyer confident in sending or attending your organization because you are really implementing those best practices. Definitely, it will translate positive to your financial outcomes because you're saving money through implementation of those best standards accreditation. Either you admit it or not, the feedback from most of the employees and the patients who attend hospitals with high level of accreditations is very satisfactory. So it's bringing back the patients and the retention rate for the employees and satisfaction within those organizations. So we all agree accreditation is important. It could be overwhelming. It could be financially impacting as well. And it could threaten the hospital at one point if we're talking about Sibahi, if that hospital can even exist to accept patients or not. So for whatever reasons, if we are looking at it as a mindset, we are looking for accreditation or standard implementation, we are improving our care to the patients. We need to start with Sibahi. So it's the mandatory accreditation in the kingdom. So it's Sibahi, not Sibahi, as many might refer to. It's the Saudi Central Board for Accreditation of Healthcare Institution, and it's the official entity in the kingdom. Inshallah, we can look forward to see it even beyond the kingdom because the standard they are promoting is very strong standards. And we should be very proud that the kingdom took this initiative in having it mandatory for all healthcare institutions. And I will try to focus my follow-up talks about the hospital red accreditation standards just because it's the most comprehensive one. But there's other healthcare institutions, Sibahi also accrediting, primary care centers, labs, and others. So it's not only hospitals, but those adopted from the hospital standard that's customized to those institutions. And as I said, whenever we talk about Sibahi standard, those are the minimum safety and quality standard each hospital should maintain. Nothing should be below. What we have right now is the version of the third from the accreditation standards. And if we're talking about the full survey, it needs to be accredited every 3 years. But to make it sustainable, they are also doing an annual ESR visit survey, meaning they are taking same 10 standard, they call it essential safety requirements. Those are the most important safety standard for the patients, for the employees, and the visitors that need to be in place, and they are visited every year to ensure that they are in place. And if it's met or not met, there is no partial about it. Each hospital should have it in order to stay open. But the full accreditation for all the standards is every 3 years. And the medication management, because we're pharmacists, is accountable for 30% of those essential safety requirements. Sibahi way of doing the survey is for the ESR or the full visit is very much straightforward. If you got those key points in place, you can successfully get it. It's about closed document review session, so your policies and your document that support the implementation of your processes. Your committee's interviews, definitely the PNT and the infection control could be an overlap with the pharmacy, so there's a preparation also need to be done for it. And the unit visit that include the staff interview and observation for the unit. For the ESR, they usually visit the hospital within 1 or 2 days, depending on the hospital size. It's around 1 to 3 surveyors, actually 1 to 2 surveyors for the ESR, but for the full visit, it's around 7 surveyors. 3 main for the medical nursing and admin, but then there's specialized one specific for medication management. So here where it gets interesting, that someone really speaks medication management will come and assess the processes, not similar to other accreditation. And in their visit, they will pretty much look at all departments. They will look at your documents thoroughly through the document reviews, and they will interview staff inside the pharmacy and outside the pharmacy. And for the sake of the accreditation, I know we're pharmacists and we always think pharmacy. Everything talks about accreditation that we are beyond pharmacy. Pharmacy is responsible about medication everywhere, inside the hospital and outside the hospital. So any outpatient clinic that is taking care of medications somehow, we are still involved in overseeing that process. And so medication inside the OR, outside, pharmacy is responsible to oversee it. So that's really expand the scope of that pharmacy when we are talking about accreditation. We have 41 standards under medication management. It's very thorough. It talks about every single thing about the staff qualifications. We're talking about what education you're doing for the staff to inside the pharmacy, outside the pharmacy, to understand how they are dealing with medications and the management. It talks about all the medication management steps in details and how you are monitoring and evaluating the process and the evidence base. Errors, how you are handling it as well, or risk, how can you address it? Under the ESR, because we don't want to miss any important information, under ESR, so the essential safety requirements, the main ones under medication management are three. So we're talking about high medication, localized sound-alike medication, and medication errors. And it goes in all the details, how you are making it safe to handle those medication throughout the whole medication management steps. And for the errors, because that's my area of passion as well, they are really interested to see that you are taking it seriously to analyze the data. You are promoting for people to speak about errors, and you have your own process to identify where errors and risks are happening, and you're taking serious attempts to improve it. Here, we're not playing, so it's either met or not met, so there's no chance that we are missing any important things about those standards. But for other standards, they could be partially met, and the evaluation for those standards to achieve the accreditation is 80% or more. If anything less than 80%, it wouldn't be satisfactory compliant, and they will ask for a corrective action plan. That usually happen within the 120 days. The hospital should take serious actions and show evidence of implementation to be able to get that accreditation. Less than 50% wouldn't be satisfactory compliant. And to ensure even further that this accreditation is sustainable, they are following up with the hospital within 15 months from the date of the visit to ask for a mid-cycle self-evaluation. Tell us, how are you doing so far? Are you sustaining your efforts? Are you improving about things? Were you able to learn from the findings and take serious actions to implement and overcome or close those findings or not? So they are really heading to the right direction. It's not a checkpoint at one time and we forget about it, and we do all the efforts just to get that checkbox that we get the accreditation. They are doing multiple efforts to ensure it's sustainable and it's maintained. And we cannot really talk about Sibahi and we don't talk about another elective. It's not mandatory, although very prestigious, and it brings our level of practice to US practice. So Joint Commission International is a non-for-profit US based, and whenever we talk about the international version, it's equivalent enough to the US version. But in US, it's more strict, and it's government linked because they are basing their insurance. If you don't have Joint Commission, they call it the Joint Commission in US. If you don't have the Joint Commission accreditation, you wouldn't be paid as a hospital from the government for any insurance. So we have the version for the international. It's a little bit flexible, however, it's equivalent enough to help the healthcare institutions to promote for a practice similar to the US. Their most recent version is the 8th edition, so just recently came in 2025. Usually with Joint Commission, it's around 3 surveyors will visit the hospital between 3 to 5 days, depending on the hospital size again. The trick point here that they don't just review documents and interview people separately. They do something called tracer. They go patient tracer or system tracer. So they choose a medical record that the patient admitted to the ER, went to the OR, then admit to ICU, and then to the floor, and then discharge. And they review the whole process. How is it integrated properly? And through that, they will assess the standards implementation. It could be medication management and others through this tracer activity. And as well as for system tracer, so it will go again, if IT, and then you called and they came and fixed it, and they review the system and visit the areas accordingly. Through that, they will do the staff interview and document review as well. Again, it's every 3 months. The changes about the 8th edition is interesting because they are shifting in multiple things affecting medication management as well. Their framework now, more than 1,000 measurable elements across the section, but the focus now on more on safety, on quality, technology, and sustainability. And for a hospital get the accreditation this year, sustainability wouldn't be part if they did not take a serious steps in it, but it will be a bonus for them. Starting 2026, anyone is going for Joint Commission, sustainability will be a scoreable, measurable elements. So the key changes that happen in Joint Commission is listed in front of you. The main thing in IPSG is not 6 anymore. It's shortened to 5. And Sibahi already took the lead, so they are adopting similar to Sibahi, the IPSG now. It's not high alert medication alone. It's high alert, lookalike, and concentrated electrolytes, similar to Sibahi. And they are looking now to safeguard of medication management steps in each step. How in selection procurement, how in prescribing, pharmacy dispensing or preparation, administration and monitoring for all these class of medications. They also focus more on the medication reconciliation. They are tracking more the recalls, the expiries and shortages, and they want to see that you have a comprehensive process to oversee all of this. They are really into safety culture and non-punitive reporting, and they are looking now to these data more in details with analysis and sub-analysis. They want to see the pharmacy leadership in promoting for best practices. They are more into antimicrobial stewardship supported by pharmacy. They want to see at all levels of pharmacy, not only clinical, involved in the antimicrobial stewardship implementation, antimicrobial use across the hospital. They will be highly interested to see your technologies. How is your prescriber order entry, electronic health record, %20 the hospital at risk of not getting the accreditation. But if it's limited, so high alert medication label was missed in one area, but in other areas is not, so that might put it in moderate rather than high because it's not a widespread and vice versa. And this is something I really want to push for and promote for, and I'm really happy that many already institutions within the kingdom already started looking at ACHP accreditation seriously. This what it says that you have best practices in your organization, best pharmacy practices. So if someone got accredited for ACHP accreditation, it will say that you have a center of excellence in medication use safety and pharmacy practice. And they have very serious list of points under the standards. The process for getting the ACHP accreditation might take 8 to 10 months. They are working with you continuously from US to get the documents and submission, and then they will visit the hospital. Yes, definitely they will visit the pharmacy, but they also will visit outside the pharmacy and see how much pharmacy is collaborating and integrated with other healthcare systems. They will ask for annual report to ensure that you are sustaining the implementation of those standards, and they may ask for more information in between in case they need it. They added 12 standards, and it's different than other accreditation. They look seriously at pharmacy, as I mentioned, integrated with other healthcare specialties, financial management. They look into training and education and research, and heavily with medication safety and automations. They promote heavily for ISMP, or Institute for Safe Medication Practices, targeted medication best practices for hospitals. They want to see that you are implementing and taking serious attempts to implement those best practices in order to get that title of best pharmacy practices. And because we're talking about the digital time, we cannot miss the HIMSS. A lot of hospitals also looking to HIMSS now seriously, and those is the Health Information and Management Systems Society. And the framework that they are working with, the most common one is the electronic medical record adoption method. And this is not only pharmacy, this is talking about the digital maturity within the healthcare system, how much it's efficient, make the process more efficient and toward improving patient care. And pharmacy has a big advantage if you're trying to get it, because it can support with the digitalization of the system, so CPOE, clinical decision support, automated dispensing cabinets, barcode medication administration, smart infusion pumps, and the list goes on. This system, if it's implemented or this accreditation is there, it can definitely support all of those optimization, improving patient care at the end. So 2 to 4 HIMSS surveyors will visit the hospital, depending on the size, over 2 to 3 days, and they will assess they don't review much of the documents, they go directly to review the processes from the time it's been prescribed till the administration, and they will interview pharmacy and non-pharmacy, definitely involving a lot of IT staff, and they will validate not only the availability of the automations, how you are using it efficiently and safely to promote for best care. Although it's not accreditation by itself, but the United States of Pharmacopoeia has a lot of standards already integrated in multiple accreditation requirements, but if you want to go directly to those standards and to ensure that you are providing the best sterile and non-sterile compounding preparation, including chemotherapy, you can dive in immediately to ensure that you are looking at key steps. It's important to survive accreditation successfully that you plan ahead. I would say the way and spend enough time to do monthly meetings to follow up with the plan for documents. It's a lot of efforts to know what are the documents that you need to collect. It's not only policies. There's a lot of other supporting documents need to be available with the accreditation. The documents, if it's accurate, updated, and meeting all the accreditation requirements. You can start by making it a monthly by your MMU members, and then with more closer frequency, like on a weekly basis toward the accreditation time in the last month or so. And consider a mock survey, a real mock survey by the hospital staff to prepare everyone for the accreditation, especially if you're doing it for the first time. Education, you want to start with your team members first. Make sure that they understand the standard and how is it implemented. What are the most common challenges you're identifying from inspection reports, and etc. And for them to look forward to these things and what documentation they need to be aware of to ensure that nothing will be missed. And then hospital ensure everyone is knowing how to access this information and to be ready for the staff interview as well. Toward the accreditation, spend at least the last 2 weeks preparing for the slides and presentation, because many accreditation might require you to have something presentable. The way I would recommend to have a tracking sheet for people who are really keen about accreditation, not because you're getting accreditation, just to make sure that you are following up on the standards implementation, just to promote for our best work. So have those factors, for example, listed in a tracking sheet. It could be as simple as an Excel sheet, and you're looking for all the accreditation body, could be SIBA, Joint Commission, and others, and then the standard measurable intent, measurable elements. In the activity, mention what is it? Is it document review? Is it observation? Is it staff interview? This will help you filter out later to disseminate the work. Document review, this is what you need to collect. Staff interview, this is what you need to include in your education and in the staff interviews. And for the observation, this is what you need to put in your checklist to ensure it's implemented correctly. For the last part for this slide presentation, I've been approached multiple times what you want to prepare for accreditation. I found it very useful to have, and they address how the accreditation actually will appreciate it, but you address the major use process. So under organization management, put your annual medication management, under the selection and procurement, what is the medication management or pharmacy representation in other committee within highlight supply chain management policies, recall, and Saudi FDA communication. Understood how you are monitoring your temperature and humidity for medication, proper medication storage, cold chain transportation data. Management, how is it documented? How is the risk of education for nursing and training? For monitoring, they want to see antimicrobial stewardship implementation. Other key points, including adverse reactions. And for evaluation, look at the performance improvement project. You can select a couple that address the standards, MUE evaluations, and risk mitigation plans that you implemented. I will close by highlighting the most recent findings that is commonly identified for Joint Commission and CBAHI, because this is what you need to focus on. That's how they have been looking and optimizing the standard implementation. A lot of hospitals are struggling still with high alert lookalike and concentrated electrolytes medication management. So they want to see real safety measures under each step, not only in prescribing, say there's a restriction, pharmacy doing independent check. They want to see under each step serious safety measures. They also look into risk assessment and mitigation plans a lot under those high alert and lookalike and concentrated electrolytes. See that you are taking the medication safety data, medication errors with real impact, how you are analyzing it and analyzing it, what is trended, what are the most common causes, and what are you doing as an action to implement. Targeted actions to help implementing it. And finally, they want to see the leadership communicating those safety data back to the department and to the staff. For CBAHI, it overlaps with the reconciliation as well, but antimicrobial stewardship has been a hot topic for a lot of hospitals. The sterile combined preparations, chemotherapy as well, and medication reconciliation, both joint are the accreditation for the money or reputation, or just to improve the workplace in your
more do we for excellent leader with more than 13 years of experience. He held MBA and as well CBHQ and PMP with Lean Six Sigma methodologies. He has led outcome-driven improvement project, strengthens safety, reduce variability, and enhances workflow reliability across pharmacy service. Dr. Khalid works in King Abdullah Medical City, where he mentors pharmacy residents and intern and contribute to developing the next generation of parenteral nutrition pharmacists. The other expert we do have is Dr. Hamdi. And Dr. Hamdi Amin is a graduate of the School of Pharmacy, King Saud University in Saudi Arabia. He earned a Doctor of Pharmacy degree from Duke University, Pittsburgh, USA, and MBA from Prince Sultan University, Riyadh, and he's board certified in nutrition support. He has been appointed as a manager for parenteral nutrition team at King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center from 2004 to 2017, and he's a director of BGY2 as Dr. Hamdi, please.
Thank you for this introduction. Today, before we start, I want to ask, step back to ask a question. Who owns the responsibility for sterile compounding? Okay. Actually, the pharmacy owns the sterile compounding responsibility. This is after many years of published harm when nurses took the responsibility for sterile compounding. Okay, that's why we transfer to pharmacy to take over the sterile compounding preparation. We are talking about the benchmark. We can approach 80% under direct pharmacy supervision based on ASHP national survey, and 20% for nurses for certain situation like emergency situation. ASHP and ISMP strength that to keep to minimum the preparation outside the pharmacy. So now, if you are in hospital pharmacy and you decide to sterile compound the preparation, you have three options. Commercially manufactured, which is the best and safest option you will take from market for administration, direct. Either you will compound in your pharmacy or outsource. Third, which is the least preferred option, bedside. You will train nurses and they will give the medication, they prepare and they will give medication. So now, if we will go to the second option, you will initiate, you will make in-house preparation inside your hospital. Which resources you need? We can classify into four categories. First, you have facility. You need facility, you need space, okay? USB compliant clean room or segregated compounding area. You need equipment, you need hood, you need technology, you need system, software to operate. You need workforce, competent workforce, okay? And you need standard of operation to operate this sterile compounding process. So now, all resources are needed. Not all resources are needed, actually. You should customize based on your scope of service. If you are a small hospital, you are acute care hospital, no need to have a clean room, which is very expensive to initiate. You can simply keep the preparation inside segregated compounding area, which is unclassified area, with only laminar airflow hood. Of course, this is for non-hazardous preparation. And you will have limit for 12-hour stability in room temperature and 24-hour in ref. Okay, but this is appropriate for this setting. But if you have a specialized hospital, if you have neonate, if you have pediatric, you will need to go more and more for clean room compliant space. If you have hazardous, you will upgrade to 800. Also, you need 800 compliant clean room. What about TPN? Actually, TPN, according to the volume, according to the type of your patient, you will determine. If you have large volume, okay, you can compound, you can use compounder for this. Because what we are calling economy of scale. If you have like 20 bags or 20 preparation or 30, for example, and the cost, you have fixed cost of like 1,000 real, for example, the cost of each unit will be less if you compare to like 10 bags, 5 bags like this. Also, you have another option for ready-made TPN. ready-made TPN is available. It can be a good option for stable patient, for home TPN patient, or simply you can outsource if you need it in customized format and you don't have the resources enough, you can outsource the TPN. Okay, so what is the business importance of having in-house compounding? First, you are flexible. You can cover 24/7 services. You protect revenue. You support other services. Like if you have transplant, you support the transplant patient. If you keep the sterility of your preparation, you support actually the patient, the services to continue within the planned length of stay. You reduce the waste. It's very clear in neonate or pediatric if you have like 1 gram vial and you have fraction doses. If you will dispense 2 nurses to prepare, they will need like 3 doses if they are administering 3 times per day. But if you prepare in pharmacy, you just use one vial. Strength compliance, as mentioned by Dr. Mourouj in the last lecture, you provide evidence that you are compliant, highly ready for the high standard quality, and this will be reflecting in your value. You will get more patients because you are providing high quality services, so you will get more patients. Okay, so this is the importance, but really we have some challenges in establishing in-house compounding. First, the high capex or expenses of capital expenses. The initiation is expensive. You need space and facility to be dedicated for the service. You have operational cost, which is burden also. You need to make inventory for the waste for like any medication, but you have a challenge because the sterile preparation has shorter expiry. Supply chain issues, if there is any supply chain issues, this will affect your service. So to sum up, we should, before we decide, build a business case study, because I think we underestimate this when we decide. Not only, of course, we are targeting patient safety, but we should convert this into value, into money, because business will adhere to money only. So you should have data justification why you will start this type of service and make comparison between in-house versus out-house. Then you will have strategic decision either to invest or consider it as cost center. Some perspective of this service, they consider it cost center, which is expensive without reimbursement. Thank you. I will leave the mic for Dr. Hamdi to talk more about the outsourced sterile compounding. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I would like first to introduce my second part about outsourcing IV admixture. Due to time limit, I may skip some slides. Okay, so that first of all, I have no actual or potential conflict of interest in relation to my presentation. Your objective, I will start with introduction, serious adverse events related to IV admixture, the privatization of healthcare services in Saudi Arabia, insourcing versus outsourcing, how and when to decide to outsourcing IV medication preparation. Then I will conclude for my presentation. First, we have to agree on some points. Wide range of patient population need medication. All right, for either for short term or long term. We have also to realize we have limited healthcare provider expert. Also, we have so limited specialized compounding area that meet the UCB 797. Limited knowledgeable, trained and skilled pharmacists and compounding personnel. Also, now we are facing difficulty in getting medication for several years ago. What is about outsourcing? What does it mean, outsourcing of IV admixture? Outsourcing of IV admixture, it means you have to contract with external specialized in IV admixture facility to prepare and provide IV medication. The idea of outsourcing is not new. It was established in the United States for more than 40 years ago. But it was not under United States FDA supervision. But after tragic 2012 contaminated steroid restriction that caused many fungal meningitis that result in more than 60 deaths and more than 700 injury. So that in 2000, actually, the outsourcing for IV admixture was started in 1980. But now it is under Saudi FDA, so that the formally established with the creation of FDA registered outsourcing facility in 2013. Facts about local outsourcing. As the privatization of the Saudi Healthcare Organization, it's a part of Vision 2030, so that is allowed now to outsource IV admixture and also oncology IV admixture. Currently, there are 3 or 4, actually I'm not sure, there are 3 or 4 local outsourcing for IV admixture in Saudi Arabia. Actually, they are established around one decade. What are the main differences between in-housing or outsourcing? Traditional compounding pharmacists are regulated by different agencies, by Saudi FDA, Ministry of Health, different organization, health board for accreditation for healthcare organization, also by internal policies of the hospital pharmacy itself, and also focus on patient-specific prescription. While outsourcing facilities are supervised and controlled by Saudi FDA, supporting the current good manufacturing practice. So that outsourcing has more strict rather than USB, because it's should be controlled by current good manufacturing practice. What are the 5 points of good manufacturing practice? It depends on quality management system and procedure, personnel, facility and environment, equipment and material, production and testing. So it is more harsh, rather harsh than USP 797 standard. Condition for intravenous medication in hospital pharmacy. First, the organization demonstrates the SB facilities meet the requirement and standard of USP chapter, either 797 with or without 800 standards. Comply with local and international regulation. Assurance that compounding style preparation is well managed in terms of budget, staffing, and their performance, medication availability, satisfying quality, safety, and environmental control requirement, cost effective, and assure IV medication delivery on time, especially one that are needed urgently or has short BUD. What are the advantages of outsourcing? With that, due to that limit, safety and quality assurance, because we have to strict compliance with current good manufacturing practice, cost efficiency. But outsourcing, hospital can avoid substantial capital investment in infrastructure, equipment, staff training, and management, Operational efficiency, the hospital may allow the hospital pharmacy to do its core tasks. Also, access to expertise and advanced technology, enhanced drug supply, reliability and availability, longer beyond use date. Common type of outsourced IV medication. Either small hospital or larger hospital can outsource for selected selected IV medication, mostly like antibiotic, parenteral nutrition, H blocker, high alert medication, chemotherapy medication, fluid electrolyte, anticoagulant, critical care drugs, insulin, narcotic, and analgesic medication. But actually, it's very, very difficult for outsourcing to deal with narcotic and analgesic medication due to a legal issue. Parenteral nutrition is the most important. It can be option to outsource to outsource facility. Drawback of outsourcing: loss of direct control and quality issue, integration and communication barriers, mostly not operating around the time, around the clock. So they were operating like limited hours, maybe 10 to 12 hours. Not acceptable choice for emergency or short beyond use date medication, because you have to deliver this medication very fast in short time. Confidentiality and security, so that we are exposed to specific patient information. Outsourcing facility could go out of the business. There is one outsourced business just a few months ago is closed. Conclusion: compounding IV medication is an essential function in hospital pharmacies for specific patient needs. Based on the hospital needs, outsourcing IV medication is a feasible option for governmental and private healthcare facilities seeking to improve efficiency, control costs, ensure compliance with quality standard USP 797 and 800 standards. Thank you.
It's really an excellent debate. As a pharmacy leader, we manage like 7 hospitals with Mossad Group, and this question keeps coming up. Do we really outsource? Do we keep doing the business in-house? And these two, a couple of presentations, even if they are short, they shed a lot of lights actually to which direction. And I'm happy to see one pro outsourcing and one pro in-house. So let me just ask you before we compare the model. How do you define success in IV compounding? Patient safety, reliability, turnaround time, or cost? So if you are looking at this project, how do you define the success? Dr. Hamdi?
Okay. In comparison between traditional compounding pharmacists and outsourcing for IV medicine, regarding traditional pharmacy compounding is a must in all hospitals.
صحيح.
No doubt, we have to say. Outsourcing can be an option to support traditional compounding pharmacists. So that there are many advantages to outsource IV medication to any to approved outsourcing facilities for one reason. Regarding the quality, the quality for IV admixture will be advantage to be in outsourcing facilities, because they have to follow the current good practice. So it is more harsh, more strict than USB, just to USB 797.
Okay.
Also, second reason, most of the hospital, especially small hospital, they don't have enough pharmacists or enough pharmacists or compounding pharmacists, or they have limited laminar hood, or their clean room doesn't fit with the USB 797 standards. Also, there are many other reasons. So some applications, some hospital, they have sometimes have high workload. So that maybe the hospital itself cannot accommodate with this high number of workload. So that they need some help, or they have to create like overtime for their staff.
Excellent. So Dr. Khalid, now الحين if we are going to outsource أو in-house, okay, وين بتقيس السكسس حقك؟ هل بتشوفها انه better patient safety او بتشوفها الكوست افضل to keep it in-house او بتشوف والله more reliable والله الفارماسيست حقينك والاكويبمنت حقينك فانت you are more reliable انك تخلي الامور كلها عندك ف where do you measure the success في هذا الموضوع؟
I think I can summarize in
ما في صوت.
ما في.
شوف الحبة.
I can summarize success in 3 words: safety, on time, in efficient way. The preparation should be correct. I should make sure this correct preparation in a sterile environment, very controlled environment, correct, will reach the patient at the proposed time in efficient way without exceeding my resources capabilities. So if I can achieve these 3 criteria, I think this is my success criteria.
Excellent. So Dr. Hamdi, يعني if you want to rely على outsourcing, how do you maintain a real-time quality oversight and accountability when compounding is performed off-site؟ يعني أنا كمدير صيدلية، أوكي، أبي أتأكد the quality meets the requirements for outsourcing. I don't see it انك تقدر تروح and check their service و check. But how do you want to make sure that they actually adhere to the quality measures?
Okay. First, the decision maker for the healthcare organization has to ask the outsourcing facility. All local outsourcing facility are totally approved by Saudi FDA. You have to know that. So the Saudi FDA will apply current good practice management to all outsourcing facilities, so that no local outsourcing center will work without Saudi FDA approval. You know, the Saudi FDA approval, their role is so strong, so that no further violation for this one.
Excellent. طيب شباب doctors, during drug shortage system downtime or sudden surge in demand, which model prove more resilient and why؟ يعني بيصير عندنا drug shortage، بيصير increase في demand. What do you think? Which model? Is it the outsourcing, maybe because they have reach to more resources, or in-house because they may have just measure their usage?
Okay, of course you should have your backup plan. System shutdown, you have your own backup plan. Outsourcing, of course, is good option. Okay, but not for all scenarios or not for all type of preparation. Like, for example, if we have any shutdown for the clean room, if I have backup plan, I have segregated compounding area, I can manage some stat orders, some orders that are, I cannot wait until I request from outsourced facility. I think this depends on the type of preparation. Like TBN can be outsourced easily. It will be good, very good solution at system shutdown. But for others, maybe I need it now. I need it turnaround time 24 hours 7. So this is my opinion about this shutdown.
Excellent, excellent. الحين عندي شوية أسئلة من الأودينس. Okay, I would love, and it's excellent questions. في study عملتوها to show the difference in the cost between outsourcing and in-house, Dr. Hamdi?
Okay, okay, it's very clear. When you deal with outsourcing, actually, there's a debate. Maybe the price, the cost will be less. We'll talk about not only about the medication itself. We'll talk about when you establish infrastructure, or you need to maintain the clean room, how much it costs. So that if you compare when you are taking this side by outsourcing facility, you see that you save some. I'm sure you save money. Okay, but totally, I'm with outsourcing.
فأنت تتكلم عن hidden cost, عن some hidden cost. Okay, يعني ما هي direct cost. There is a lot of hidden cost to maintain the surface, and this should be added to the cost of a preparation for in-house. So, Dr. Khalid, did you try to compare the in-house versus the outsourcing when it comes to cost? For TBN, for example.
Yes, there is no published study, but internally we make like assessment for the preparation. And as we mentioned in the lecture, if you have good number of preparation inside your facility, for example, if you have your facility like 3-4 TPN, the cost of this will be very high. If, for example, you have compounder and you are compounding only 3-4, the cost is very, very high in comparison if you compare to outsourcing. Of course, this outsourcing is the best option. But if you have some preparation number that is enough to cover for the cost, in this situation, you can decide that you will in-house prepare your TPN, for example. And this depends on each institution, the workload there. Is there enough staff, the capabilities? They have good experience for preparation, for doing the plan for TPN, like this.
سلام. دكتور حمدي، واحدة من النقاط اللي ذكرتها أن outsourced companies أو provider, they are not available 24 hours and take orders 24 hours. Okay. إحنا عندنا في المستشفيات patient in ICUs need some kind of urgent medication, and the medication that it's not a BUD thing, or medication that needs to be delivered right away. And this would require infrastructure inside the hospital to provide this medication. So do you think that could be a duplicative service, outsourcing, in addition to investing in the capital needs for the hospital to prepare the area to provide such things?
Yeah, okay. To repeat about your question, about we are not opening for 24 hours, right? So that's what.
If they are not working for 24 hours, في patient في الICU يحتاج medication in the middle of the night. Okay, so بعدنا نحتاج laminar flow, نحتاج trained staff to prepare these medication in the pharmacy. So is it going to be a duplicative service? نحن investing في outsourcing و investing في capital inside the hospital?
Okay, if it is only for one case to prepare urgent medication, you're talking about after hours. It's not project for outsourcing to open the outsourcing for 24 hours for only for one medication urgent. So that for that reason we support for hospital pharmacy compounder should be available 24 hours.
So, Dr. Khalid or Dr. Hamdi, if we are working for all of these outsourcing things, Do you think it's easy to keep the pharmacists competent and the competency for pharmacists to prepare IV preparation, to do a TBN, to do all the calculation for TBN, if we do the outsourcing, and if they are not exposed to all of these cases on a daily basis?
Yeah, if you outsource the service totally, of course, this service is not available here. It will be shifted to outsourced facility. The one who want to upgrade his skill in compounding, he will go to the outsourced facility in this case. If the strategic decision is to shift all the services outside, of course, you will lose this potential inside your organization. But this is issue of priority. What's your priority? Your priority for sterile compounding and controlling. So you need to develop these skills for your staff, or you want to expand in other type of services for pharmacists. So you will lose the service, but you will replace with another skills or another information.
زين آخر سؤال بس I want to just conclude. When it comes for accreditation, as Dr. Muruj mentioned, you know, SIBAHI, GCI, ASHP, you know, do you think it will be easier to just tell them that we don't have any IV preparation in-house, it's all outsourced, or they would require to have all of these kind of service within the institution itself?
In my recommendation, to speak with the executives, you should build your business case. You should have like balance sheet, profit and loss. They are thinking, I will pay how many million real, or what is the budget and what is the return on investment. So if they are not, we cannot provide them with enough data like this, so they cannot support you in this decision. You should show them the value, and in terms of money, how this will get back in good way to the institution. If we cannot show them like this, we cannot get their support.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Hamdi. Thanks, Dr. Khalid. It's you know, a continuous debate, and all the hospital should tailor their option and their choices based on their needs and their understanding. So thank you for everybody. Thank you for the attendees as well. Thank you.
At this time, as we conclude this session, we would like to take a moment to recognize and appreciate the valuable contribution of our speaker and session chair, whose expertise and insight are great at reaching today's discussion. And we kindly invite Dr. Fahad Al-Harthi to join us on the stage. We will begin to recognize our speaker. First, we would like to invite Dr. Muruj Shukri. Thank you, Dr. Muruj, for your clear perspective and practical insight, and for highlight the strategic value of accreditation in pharmacy practice. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Khalid Shamma to the stage. Thank you, Dr. Khalid, for your sharing extensive experience and providing practical approach to trial compound decision making and quality improvement. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Hamdi Amin. Thank you, Dr. Hamdi, for your valuable insights and for enriching this discussion with your expertise in clinical and operational pharmacy practice. we also extend our sincere appreciation to our session chair, Dr. Hisham Al-Mutan. Thank you, Dr. Hisham, for your leadership, thoughtful guidance, and for leading the session smoothly and professionally. Thank you all, and we hope this session has been insightful, as we wish you a productive continuation of day 3. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, speakers, and colleagues, good afternoon and thank you all for joining us today. My name is Shahad Nazil and I am honored to be part of today's insightful discussion on pharmacy practice and teamwork. We will be presenting session 13 titled All Hands on Deck, Building the Optimal Pharmacy Team. We will begin with the standardizing pharmacy staffing, how much is too much, presented by Dr. Muhammad Majouri. This will be followed by maximizing potential, expanding the roles of interns, residents, and technicians, presented by Dr. Haneen Sharif. This session will conclude with the questions and answer discussion. And our session moderator is Dr. Ali Saber, a respected pharmacy professional known for his experience and leadership in pharmacy practice in the private sector and Sabahi medication management surveyor. Please help me welcome Dr. Ali Saber to the stage to moderate this session. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. We know that you are all tired the third day, so thank you all for being here. Today's session will speak about very important subject. Usually, let's say me as a surveyor will spend 1.5 hours discussing the staffing plan. Everything needs to be documented with the data-driven numbers. So please join me welcoming Dr. Muhammad Majouri. He's a certified pharmacy executive leader and digital transformation strategist with over 15 years of experience shaping healthcare system across the GCC. He is specialized in building high-performance pharmacy organizational that balance clinical safety, operational excellence, and commercial impact. By leveraging AI, automation, and disciplined financial strategy, he helps health system modernizing workflows, strengthening performance, and maximizing value at scale. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Majouri.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Ali, and thanks for this introduction. I'm happy that screen is working now. Last time it was not working, but that's good. So I think that this question of today is something that most of us, either leaders or even pharmacists, are struggling with almost every day and every season and every new service comes or new physician comes. We struggle with mainly the workforce. So actually, they chose the question for me, this title for me, which I like. It's how much is too much. Because what we are going to talk about today is how to move somehow from the old way of this is what finance approved. If you come from a private sector, this is per bed ratio based on X standard, and be more, I can say it personalized or laser focused on each institution and each pharmacy within the same institution, because there is no one size fits all. So we'll speak about why we always either overstaffed, and we keep hearing about this, or we understaffed and we feel this and we just keep talking. We have a shortage of staff and we have an issue with leadership to justify the manpower that we need. And how to think in a different way of measuring your stuff and making sure you are actually bringing what you need in the time that you need, in the place that it's needed, and how to use the technology and how things will move forward in the coming years. So if we start about the truth here, we always say we do this based on patient safety, evidence-based, international standards, and all of these things. And as I mentioned also, this is what we get approval from finance. We have to stick with this, and we spend a lot of time debate and fight across the chief medical officer, the chief financial officer, and goes to the CEO, especially when you're in a private sector, and Dr. Ali can relate to this. And actually what's happening, which is the budget, the legacy ratio that we are doing, we kept saying for each 100 bed, we have to have 6 pharmacists, but I think this was maybe a decade ago. And we need to define exactly what is the safe limit per shift in the inpatient, in the outpatient, within the same, even in the outpatient, in the different pharmacy specialty. So to make sure we are not just reactive to the load that coming in the queuing or any error reach the patient, and then all of us waking up and try to react or firefight, and then again, life goes on. So the reality is something that we need all of us to look at. Complexity, even especially after COVID, been raising. Many new medication, biosimilars, complex patient, oncology, all of this. I know if you see it as a patient, it's only one patient, but as a case, it's a complex case that we are, taking extra time, a cognitive load from our pharmacists and pharmacy technician, which been increasing almost every day with the new therapy introduced, with the new disease, with the new specialty added. All of this been rising from complexity standpoint, but we still using the old method. And when it comes to the workforce gaps, yes, we have too many pharmacists, but way less technicians. That's why the pharmacists are doing the technician work. They are moving around between, moving packs, following up with the delivery, trying to get the insurance done. So all of this because of we lack the pharmacy technician, and the market actually is not promoting a pharmacy technician to enter to the market. And the other issue of the digital maturity. So one of the things that I believe the accreditation could have a role here is standardization of the digital maturity. Because you can see a big hospital, they have a bottomless, I can say, pocket, and they spend a lot of money in the technology, the automation, so everything is working fine for them. While the same hospital, or same hospital, I mean from the specialty, from complexity, but it's still legacy, using the old school from manual work, and both of them are being compared together, and this is not fair. So it should be based on standards from accreditation, either local or international, and also the stakeholder, the main stakeholder, the leadership of the hospital or healthcare systems must understand there are some threshold or some baseline of the technology that nobody can go below in order to maintain the safety and to have also an efficient operation. And the last part, which is the legacy decision. So we always have the old calculator that we put, and we've put some prescription number, and then it gives us manpower. We add 15% to it, and that's it, which I believe should not be the real case anymore. We lack a real-time dashboard that shows us exactly the heat maps, the patient per hour, the complexity per patient per hour, a lot of things that we don't have now, or we have, some of them, depends on the hospital digital maturity. So all of these things is still, we are using the legacy way, and then when we speak with the management, we talk about justification that we need to put about safety and other stuff. And we just pray that the management will approve this budget this year or maybe next year. So that's why I think, putting the pharmacy operational in 3 operational zones, based not on the manpower here, based on the capacity. So we have in the middle, the optimal zone, the optimal capacity, which you work between 90% to 110 capacity. I didn't say 100 because, you cannot, again, a lot of sick leaves, any other issues that, the seasonal peaks. So working within this safe zone, having a proper resilience buffer within this safe zone, it's very important, which is called optimal. We have the waste zone. We have too many people doing, they are underutilized. The return on investment in their salary are very low, and they are, you are trying to make them busy because of whatever, but it looks good, but in the long run, it's not sustainable. And you have the risk zone, and to be honest, even myself, I used to play in this zone for quite some time, and to brag that we increased the efficiency by seeing too many patients with less number of staff. But to be honest, it's a very risky game. And when you are dealing with complex patients, we are working with complex medication. Going beyond 110% capacity is very risky. So each 10% is equal of at least 25% increase in the incident, the probability of the medication error, occurrence. So this is something that we should not think about, we should avoid, and we should work not to go to this area at all, and not to think that we are smart, we are saving money for the organization. It's a bargaining here. You are gambling, actually, which I think we need to avoid thinking in this direction. So there are a lot of standards across, and there is a lot of way to work to identify your workforce exactly. Some from SHP, from FIP, from Ihop, from Europe, and there's also the one from WHO, which is the workforce indicator staffing need, where you translate the tasks, the core tasks of each of the pharmacists. Let's say, for example, the clinical review, and identify the average time for this task, and then multiply it by the volume of the day. So it's mainly about the task, and then takes this for total time, which gives you, based on the shift, will give you the staffing need. It's a good tool, but I think there's still also now, as we move forward, we're going to explore different ways of planning your manpower. Just in this slide, I just want to focus on the last part, which is the inflation. So when you work in a manual way, actually you are inflating your manpower need at least by 30%, because you are just focusing, because your resources are utilized in non-value added tasks. So from manual data entry, from count, from relabel, all of this, and duplicated effort across different pharmacies, because you are opening a pharmacy in each floor, for example, or next to each place. So all of this is something that we should be aware of and vigilant while we are doing our manpower planning. This is a repetition for the previous slide about the workforce, but I just want to focus here on the goal is not a fewer people here. It's a fewer people doing the wrong work. This is what we need to focus on. it's not about fewer people. We can bring as much as you can as long as they are doing the meaningful work that they are trained for and they have experience for. Now, if we need to start measuring, this is the thing that we need to look for. Depends on the setting, depends on the organization. You need to start listing all the tasks. Actually, the major tasks, from verification, review, compounding, counseling, insurance, approval, all of this should be listed, and then measuring the average time between for each task, and then count this task per shift per day for at least 4 weeks, from 2 to 4 weeks. Then do the math, the main next task by the volume, which give you the hours, and then you will have now your operating band, as we discussed before, and you need to focus mainly on the 90 to 100%. Adding the buffer to it is very important for the surges and the sick leave. And we need to understand that persisting staffing below the range is always a safety risk, which is, we said, the risk zone, and when you go more 110 capacity. Here, I just want to skip this and go to the acuity-based staffing. This is something that we should think about. Yeah, we said that the task, we listed the task, but sometimes the task itself differs from acuity between patient to patient or group of patients. So from pharmacotherapy, complexity, so the total count, especially in the inpatient, total count, the frequency, if it's high-risk medication, patient stability itself when it comes to the organ function, the renal and the hepatic function, and required dosing adjustment. So this all can be under clinical review, but it will differ from a simple tablet, ibuprofen, and vasoconstrictive drips. And for sure, the transition of care, which takes a lot of time in the admission as well as the discharge, and also the transfer between different care levels. If we take the same model in the outpatient, usually we always take, we say one pharmacist finishing 100 patients a day, 120 patients, and we do, celebrate their achievement and try to, motivate the pharmacist, incentivize them only with the numbers. But again, the same comes in the outpatient from the acuity level. So the simple renewal, below 2 items, all of this with no interaction. We still a patient we account for, but it's not like a high-risk drug, a complex regimen, or also an issue with the adherence. And comes also the acuity of the medium acuity, maybe 3 to 5 medication, and so on. So I believe the best way to measure this is by giving points and weights. So if, for example, you have a 200 low acuity visit, this takes 200 patients. And then the medium, you can just multiply by 2. So for example, the 80 visits is 160 points. And when it goes to the high acuity or the complex, can multiply by 4, for example, so the 30 would be 140. So now the total workload is not, for example, let's say 280 is 280, so 310. The actual workload is 480 points. So in this case, pharmacists can safely handle, for example, 6 to 70 points per shift, require 7 pharmacists. I think this way would be more justifiable, more fair and safe, actually. And again, this is just the framework that you can think about, but you apply it within your organization based on your specialty and your and complexity as well, and your maturity level from digital maturity level. So all of this, you can add more point to this or less point based on each facility. But again, here the staffing is mainly not the volume, it's mainly about the risk and cognitive load. So this is, I believe this way would be more fair and efficient and safe as well. So I'll skip this slide and then go to the last, this is my last slide, where you need to ask yourself again about what is your safe workload, and are we ready to invest in technology? I'm not saying just go and buy a robot now, but at least start by something that you can work within your capacity, show some improvement, and then go to the management. We have done this, but we can do better if we invest in X technology by a proper ROI and feasibility study. And you need to make sure who owns the staffing algorithm, because you know what, we have this end of year budgeting. We give number, and then we go to finance and HR. We start, negotiating this number. So we try to be smart. If we need 50, we ask for 70 or 100, so we can reach to 50. And this happens every year. And we are in the same cycle. But actually, maybe even if you get the approved, when you need to open the budget, they keep challenging you. So having a proper framework, a proper tools that you can just, it's one-time job, but you can justify your manpower need across the year, it's very important. So I believe you can start now by measuring your workload, your task, and then see your acuity and give it a score, either inpatient or outpatient, and then do it in one area and see how it works. And I believe this will be the way forward with the tool. And then when you have more AI implemented, you can also get the acuity level from the activity on the system itself, so you can also give it a score. So you can do it in a different way, but again, there is no one size fits all. We need to work on making the tool that fits our organization, and it's not per bed, not by budget, it's mainly for the patient safety and the staff safety as well, to avoid any burnout or any incident la qaddar Allah. So this is for it, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for this recalculating method of the manpower. But actually, the fight is with finance, not HR. If you convince the finance, the HR will automatically follow. Now, for the second lecture, we have the lecture entitled Expanding the Roles of Intern, Resident, and Technicians. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Haneen Al-Sharif. She is a consultant clinical pharmacist at King's Abdullah Medical City and the residency program director of the Mecca Health Cluster. She completed her PGY1 residency at King Abdullah Medical City and her PGY1 residency at Nephrology Pharmacotherapy at Security Force Hospital in Riyadh. Dr. Sharif has extensive experience in clinical pharmacy practice, residency education, and service development, with a strong focus on expanding the role of pharmacy resident across clinical, operational, and governance domains. Please welcome Dr. Haneen.
Okay. Yes. Ready. لا ابغى هذا خليه. طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good afternoon everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Ihop Scientific Committee for these kind of invitations and for their role in advancing the pharmacy, the hospital pharmacy at the Kingdom. As well, thank you, Dr. Ali, for this kind of introductions. So I'm here today to talk about maximizing potential by expanding the role of the pharmacy resident and the technicians. So the pharmacy landscape today is very different from it was even in the 5 years ago. The patient cases are more complex, and the healthcare team are expected from the pharmacist to work at
or to function at a higher level. So the residency program must evolve to meet the reality. So our vision to focusing on the reimagining the learner or the trainer from beginning a learner to active contributor to patient care. So this presentation, it showcases our approach beyond our approach to empowering the next generation of the pharmacy leaders through hand-on clinical experience and progressive responsibility. So our presentation roadmap, starting by leadership philosophy, then core clinical and ambulatory roles, then specialized and operational service, and finally we will talk about the impact and future pathways. And each section of these, it will represent a building block in development of the competent clinical pharmacist. So as a program director, I believe you cannot build an excellent clinical pharmacist through a technical skills alone. You have to build the leadership. So the leadership is what shape the confidence, it shape accountability, and the ability to practice independently. So our approach goes beyond the technical competency to cultivate the mindset and skills needed for advanced practice. So the leadership modules, it's built in the 5 pillars, starting by accountability and the ownership. The residents are trained to take the responsibility for the clinical decision and the patient outcome, not just as a follow the instructions. Then proactive decision making, that we encourage the independent clinical judgment supported by preceptors but driven by the resident. And about the collaboration and the communications, the strong interprofessional relationships are important. So we teach the resident how to communicate and collaborate with the physician, nurse, in respective and confident way. And every decision taken must be applying the current literature to optimize therapeutic care. And we create a new room for creativity, new ideas, and continuous quality improvement. So one of the most powerful components of the leadership is graduated autonomy. So the residents are start by observing and learning, then the transition to supervise the independent work, then they take the lead with us available for consultations, and finally they reach the point where they monitor the junior trainer. With each stage, the competence grows, not artificial, but through real experience in real clinical scenario. So our trainer function as a true member of the healthcare team. They perform a direct patient care by face-to-face interaction, assessment, and counseling. They also participate in multidisciplinary round, and they conduct a comprehensive medication review and optimization. So our training responsibilities span 3 major domains, starting by patient care delivery. They conduct a comprehensive medication history. They identify and resolving medication therapy problem and providing evidence-based therapeutic recommendations. They also participate in quality and safety initiatives by protocol development, audit, and adverse drug event monitoring and reporting. They also doing a comprehensive documentation of the interventions and collaborative care planning with the physicians and nurse. Now I will move into the specialized clinic managed by the resident. In this clinic, the resident provides structured, supervised patient care that allow them to apply the clinical knowledge in the real-world setting. This will strengthen the decision-making skills and continuity of care. So the first one, which is the diabetic clinic, the resident participate by therapy optimization, including insulin and non-insulin therapy. They also identify the cause of hypo and hyperglycemia and providing a comprehensive education on lifestyle, nutrition, monitoring, and the sick day management. So these all, it will help the resident to understand the chronic disease pattern and support the long-term therapeutic success. The second one, which is the anticoagulant clinic. So the resident participate by manage the warfarin based on the INR. They also they also assess the bleeding risk and the clotting risk. They provide a counseling on the drug and diet and herbal interactions, and this will strengthen their ability to manage the high-risk patient and the medications effectively. So we have also this transplant clinic about optimization, the immunosuppressions, and the long-term transplant outcome. So the resident will be responsible to adjust the immunosuppressive therapy based on the level of and the organ functions. They also monitor for the rejections and the infection risk and evaluate the adherence barrier and providing a counseling on the timing, lifestyle modifications, and infection prevention. We have also the oncology infusion clinic. So the resident here will assess and verify the chemotherapy order. They will monitor the toxicity and optimization supportive care. He will also counsel the patient to ensure the safety through the chemotherapy delivery. This will improve the infusion safety and enhance the supportive cancer care quality. So now, moving to beyond the ambulatory care, the resident also contributes significantly to key operational and clinical service. They support the safe medication use across the entire system. So we have first one, which is the total parenteral nutrition. The resident in the total parenteral nutrition service evaluate the nutritional need. They adjust the electrolyte and they collaborate with the dietitians and a physician daily. So this service, it will build precise attention to details and strong clinical decision making. The second one, which is the staffing days. The staffing days with the resident covering in the outpatient or the inpatient or the compound sterile preparations. So it will provide operational confidence for the resident. So the resident will verify the orders, support combining, and communicate with the unit. So this will ensure they understand the full medications use process, not just the clinical task. So also we have the therapeutic drug monitoring service. This is a core pharmacotherapy skill. The resident interpret drug levels. They apply the pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic principle. They adjust the dose and collaborate with the prescriber to optimize therapy. This is important for the medications with a neurotherapeutic index to ensure, to improve the target achieved, reduce toxicity, and enhance the antimicrobial stewardship and strengthen the medication safety. We have also the transition of care service. So this service, designed to improve the medication safety across the entire patient journey, from the admission through the inpatient stay, discharge, and even after the patient goes home. So this service, it's providing for high-risk patients, including polypharmacy, immunocompromised patient, and patient taking a high-risk medication like anticoagulant medications. So this service to reduce medication error, to improve adherence, and to prevent the readmissions. So the residents are responsible for this service also. So the last one, we have the resident also contribute to the medication system. He involved also in medication formulary by conducting literature review and clinical evidence appraisal. He also performed medication use evaluations and preparing a comprehensive pharmacy and therapeutic committee summarizing and recommendations. He also participates by updating formulary criteria, identify the safety and the cost improvement opportunity. So this will strengthen the evidence-based practice, pharmacoeconomic expertise, and antimicrobial stewardship. So our final sections focusing on how the technicians and the residents together build a modern aligned pharmacy workplace. So the technician play a critical role in expanding the clinical capacity with enhanced competency in combining and also he participates in medication history collection with the pharmacist verifications and vaccine support. These all will allow the pharmacist and the resident to focus more on advanced clinical care. So this slide will summarize how we build an excellence in pharmacy practice. First, the resident and technicians are involved in more than 8 specialized clinic and operational services. Second, everything is designed to be fully patient-centered with a strong focus on safety, outcome, and continuity of care. And finally, the training is a comprehensive, combining clinical excellence with operational competency to prepare pharmacists who are ready to lead in the complex healthcare system. So every component of this module, it's built in strong international evidence showing that the resident can significantly improve patient care when given structure autonomy. So we have a multiple high-quality study show the pharmacy resident play a critical role in improving patient care when they are integrated in direct clinical service. Let me walk through a few key findings. So the first one, we have this multidisciplinary round was published to 2019. The resident participate in daily clinical round, significantly reduce medication error and increase physician acceptance of the intervention. These demonstrate how trainees strengthen team-based decision making. The second one, which is the therapeutic drug monitoring, was published 2018, showing that when the resident manage the area under the curve based vancomycin, that will improve the target by 23% and reduce nephrotoxicity. The third one, we have about the nutritional support service. This is when the resident take a part in the TBN decision making, electrolyte abnormality drop, and the patient achieve better metabolic stability. The evidence, it will strongly support the resident involved in complex nutritional service. And finally, we have the anticoagulant management. The warfarin clinic led by the resident achieve higher time in therapeutic range and fewer bleeding event, showing that the safety and the value of the resident-led anticoagulant monitoring. And finally, the ASHB best practice recommended that advocate for expanding the resident clearly support their positive impact on patient care. So this study is confirmed that well-trained pharmacy residents can safely and effectively manage a high-impact clinical service. Now, the most important question, what was the impact? How did these evidence-based practice transition into the real outcome? So we observed major benefits, better patient outcome, stronger interdisciplinary collaboration, growth in resident confidence, higher patient safety. This module, it accelerates the development in the way traditional training cannot. So here's some of our key performance indicators. We have over 850 clinical interventions documented annually by the resident. We have a 94% physician acceptance rate, around 42 hours per week in direct patient care, and 100% residency completion for all the for program requirement. So these numbers, it's reflect the real measurable value. So we have the benefit goes for beyond the resident. The physician saves time, the nurse receives support, the patient receives safer, more optimized care, and the institution gain a sustainable module for high-quality pharmacy service. To sustain and expand this module, we focus on establishing a core service, building a competency, demonstrate outcome, strategic expansion, and fostering the leadership. Each step build a long-term institutional value. So, as a conclusion, by expanding the clinical and the leader role, we empowering our trainer to become impactful contributor to the patient care and future leaders in pharmacy practice. I'm proud of every step of our residents take toward the excellent and grateful for the opportunity to guide their development to the confident, competent clinical pharmacist. And thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Dr. Haneen. Dr. Muhammad, please join me to the stage. Thank you both for a very insightful presentation. So can we open the question for the attendees? If you have anyone have a question. So
طيب السلام عليكم. This is عطية خبراني, Head of Clinical Pharmacy in Mecca Cluster. First, I would like to thank you. صراحة it was يعني very interesting talk. صراحة I have many questions, but I will keep any space for other. So only two questions. First questions to Dr. Mangouri. You mentioned that we have 3 levels of complexity. You say in one of your slides, you mentioned staffing-based, equity-based staffing.
Yeah, equity.
And you mentioned 3 levels, I think. One is low, moderate, high.
High, yes.
Based in which criteria we have those 3 type of level, and what is the reference if we want to get more information about it. This is the first question. For Dr. Haneen, you mentioned that we have, I think, 850 interventions. Not sure this is per month or per year, but in general, this is a huge contribution for or by the resident. So what is the role of clinical pharmacists for validations or overseeing these kind of interventions that already documented by the resident? Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Sorry. So for your question about the reference, right? Actually, most of the reference just focus on bed ratio per staff, right? This is in SHP and everything. So what I'm been proposing today is something that we should look at. You design it by yourself, because we can create a application for this, and we can do all of the things, but it will fit only one specific site, one specific location within the same site. So it's just a framework for you to look at from operational perspective, from clinical perspective, and then apply your own way on this. That's why it's, to be honest, for me, when I start working on this, I did it in different way. One of them is this, and one of them I didn't mention here, which is based on the even revenue. So if we have a prescription, we something have called average transaction value. We do it in the outpatient. So when the average transaction value is high in this pharmacy, for example, let's say oncology pharmacy, so it gets more score, compared to the volume, because you can see, for example, the volume in the oncology is not high, right? You can see maybe a day 200 patients, but you cannot compare the oncology pharmacy like an emergency pharmacy. So we use this. So in a nutshell, I believe it's important that you look at your workforce, your metrics, your complexity, and then design your own one. Maybe, and then you can publish about it, and you can show the impact of it.
Thank you for your question. Regarding the 850 intervention, it was an annual interventions for the last year. And about the clinical pharmacist, so in each rotations we have a clinical pharmacist with a resident. Okay, the resident, before document the interventions, he need to verify the interventions and doing a double check with the clinical pharmacist who covering the same area with the resident. Thank you.
Dr. Marouj, can you send the mic, please?
I have it already. Thank you. Thank you so much for your input. Very insightful. I have 2 questions for Dr. Mohammed and 1 question for Dr. Haneen. How can you help us optimizing the clinical pharmacist staffing number?
Could I have a mic?
I'm asking, how can we optimize the clinical pharmacist staffing numbers based on the, yes, we know that they're rounding, they are doing interventions, we have TPNs, we have TDMs, stewardship as well. Is there any KPIs that we can help, it can help us justify how many clinical pharmacists that we need? I think that I will keep that question for you. And for Dr. Haneen, you also highlighted the interns in the introduction. Is there any real applications of utilization of interns to optimize pharmacy services in Saudi or around the area that we can learn from? And if there's any real internship steps from the universities to add it to their curriculum to be expectation during their internship experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. Me and you, I think we are coming from the same kind of institution. I used to work in Faqih for 6 years. And for me to justify the addition of a clinical pharmacist in specific ward or specialty, you know, we are a private, for-profit, listed family business. So always we have to translate this to a dollar value. So before I started to ask for a clinical pharmacist, we started, I remember, with 2, but we kept showing them in a weekly basis the dollar value of their intervention. So we built a framework that their intervention saved us this, because we have a DRG in Dubai. So DRG is now, we are not getting paid for the medication, we're getting paid for the full service itself. I think it's coming to Saudi. So we started to show them that clinical pharmacist intervention, you know, I've been even discussing this in the morning, that saved them this amount of money this week, and then also we put it in our monthly business review. And once this established in their mindset, we started now to, you know, to make it again bare volume, bare complexity, and then bare coverage. So because again we work with the consultant who are rounding and this, and based on this we started to add extra clinical pharmacists to the other level, which again we kept working the same way of showing them the value. So we started to give before we ask.
Thank you for your question, Dr. Amarouj. Regarding the intern, yes, it's important to empower the intern as well, like the resident. So, so how we empower them with the service that met for the level of the competency and match to the learning goals. Also, one of the responsibility of the resident to take the lead and to teach the juniors. So the intern can work under supervision of the resident for, and also the intern can participate on the operational service like outpatients pharmacy, inpatient pharmacy, combined preparations. Thank you.
Any more question? Or is it my turn yet? Dr. Muhammad, let me speak about what I faced during my budget plan in the previous month. Usually what finance say, you have, let's say you have an automation in this area that should reduce your manpower by this percentage. Show us proof that your calculation is maintaining the automation in this area. Let's say if I request for a new device, this will reduce the manpower, let's say for inpatient pharmacy by 5, 10 or 20%. They usually look for reduction. So how any leader can reply to this question to finance? What is the percentage?
So again, it's about the automation itself and what it does actually. So it's replace what? It's not replacing a pharmacist. It's replacing one task or 2 or 3 tasks. Okay, that's mainly around the technician work, right?
Yes.
And if you remember in my slide, I said the goal is not a fewer people, it's just a fewer people doing the wrong things.
Yes.
So when you debate this, I believe automation should just be one part of the equation here, not only, I know the finance, yeah, we invested 5 million in this, we need the ROI tomorrow, which is, the ROI is not about less manpower, it's about many things else. It's about better service, about better control of the stock, so they cannot just connect the automation to the manpower. This is actually, I can say it's a wrong discussion today. So you need to take it to the other thing from the value itself. So what value that the pharmacist who will come will add and what they're going to do. So you have to change their mindset and the way they talk and they understand the pharma. I'm not telling them, teach them a pharmacy, but as you said before, show them the complexity of the work that the pharmacy is doing. Because again, they treat at one patient, so 50 patient, one pharmacist. This doesn't work. So we need to show them this thing. And that the automation itself is one part of the equation where it saves time, save resources from the inventory, also reduce errors from the picking and everything. But it's not the everything. Automation is just a tool like any other tool. You can work with it or without it, but you need to show them the value of what our pharmacists are doing and what they are helping, helping the patient and making sure they are getting the best and safe pharmacy service.
Of course. Usually, let me about myself. What I say that automation usually reduce a little bit of the technician job, but it will increase patient safety, more control in the expiry of medication, will save you a lot of supply chain item that it needed manual intervention. So we needed to move that from automation in order to save the pharmacist, in order to do more clinical job. But then you have to discuss more about the clinical job of the pharmacist. Of course, finance, they only care about money and FTE. They consider pharmacist FTE.
That's why I try to go away from the clinical work, word itself, and put it as a number. So you can translate this complexity of the clinical work to a point.
Yes.
And speak with them in this language. It will make sense for them. Because
still it's a very hard job.
I know it's a very hard, but at least it will take you somewhere with them.
Yes, of course. Dr. Hanin, now in the training of the resident or intern, of course, every training program, they have multiple criteria to do. If we overwhelm the intern with expanding their service, what is the impact of that on the resident? How do we ensure that the workload remains manageable by the intern?
Thank you for your question. So the key design of this expansion or empower the resident or the trainer, it should be structures and balance. The resident, it's very important to understand that the resident are not expected to carry the full service responsibility. Instead, they only participate in selective activity. These activities should match for their level of the competency and their learning goals. So in each rotation, we have learning experience. We have in this learning experience the expectations of the rotations, the time, and the preceptors to prevent the overload the resident. So as a conclusion, the resident must applying their clinical knowledge in real setting experience with the maintain the resident well-being.
Thank you. So if Dr. Ashtiaq.
I have one final comment, not to add up to what Dr. Hanin just said regarding the residents' workload. And actually, when we talk about education and training, the most meaningful في حاجة اسمها required difficulties in any learning experiences. And this is talked about in so many books in learning and teaching. So if anything, if the teaching experience or the learning experience was easy, it's very hand-on, then the outcome, the learning outcome of it will become low. So it has, the resident has to have a little bit difficulties in learning. This is not just residency, this is all even primary school. So they can focus on critical thinking in learning. So by making the residency a little bit challenging, not too much overwhelming challenging, but a little bit challenging, this is actually will boost the learning curve. In the same time, we have to make sure that there is proper competency. This is very important, that you train the resident very well before you give them the responsibilities, and you give them backup whenever they want. So for example, in the TPN, we cover TPN totally during the weekends by resident. We have average of 25 TPNs per day. So the resident will cover it because we give them 3 months comprehensive competency at the beginning of their residency, and then they shadow the R1 will shadow R2 for about 3 or 4 sessions, and then they will proceed with this. And there is an on-call clinical pharmacist, so they have backup. And we do this for everything. So each services, when the resident will start with it, they have to have a competency, full competency, and assessment of the competency, and then we give them the second point is when the resident feels that their services have value and meaningful, they will learn more and they will give more. it teaches them accountability, which is something we have to teach our residents. So if you give the resident just a paper and they do the calculation for TDM, they will never learn anything. But if it was complicated case, real case, and they know their impact is actual on the patients, this will give them more accountability, and they will learn and they will go search for even evidence by themselves to make sure that the patient is safe. So that's my comment.
Thank you. يعطيك العافية دكتور الشيخ. So that's conclude our session. Thank you all for attending and listening to these great 2 lectures. Thank you all.
Dear colleagues, at the end of session 13, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to our moderator and speakers for their valuable contributions and insights. We would like to invite Dr. Yahya Kadoumi on the stage to recognize our speakers for their valuable insights. First of all, session moderator, Dr. Ali Saber. Our session speaker, Dr. Muhammad Majori. Last but not least, Dr. Hanin Al-Sharif. Thank you all, and I hope you have a great day.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and respected colleagues, my name is Safar Al-Ghamdi, an intern doctor of pharmacy at King Khalid University, and I will be introducing this session. Welcome to session 14, entitled Leader Guide to Smarter System and Healthier Staff. This session focuses on leadership-driven strategies that support systems, healthier work environments, and sustainable pharmacy practice. It will address the key challenges related to employee engagement, burnout, and the evolving role of automation in pharmacy services, highlighting how leaders can balance innovation with workforce well-being. The session includes the following speakers and presentation. Dr. Maram Al-Anizi will present From Burnout to Buy-In, Boosting Employee Engagement in Pharmacy. Dr. Maher Momina will present Pharmacy in the Age of Automation, Pharmacy Robots, Threats or Opportunity. This session will be moderated by Dr. Abu Bakr Walid Umar. Dr. Bakr is a distinguished clinical pharmacist with over a decade of multifaceted experience across hospital practice, academia, pharmaceutical industry, regulatory governance, and consultancy. He currently serves as a clinical pharmacist expert at NOPCO, where he contributes to optimizing pharmaceutical procurement and supply chain operation. Previously, he held leadership roles at King Saud Medical City, including head of the Scientific and Staff Development Unit and Deputy Manager of Clinical Pharmacy Services, and served as a Corporate Medical Information Manager at Tabuk Pharmaceuticals. Dr. Bakr has made a landmark national contribution by publishing the first Saudi clinical practice guideline for migraine treatment and management, and has provided consultancy services to international pharmaceutical companies. He has also served as a poison information consultant for the Ministry of Health. Dr. Abu Bakr, the session now is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you very much, Dr. Safar, for this great introduction. I would like to thank the scientific committee and the organizing committee of Ihop 7 for allowing us to present and be with the talented and distinguished speakers. We hope that through this scientific exchange that we deliver the needed exchange of elite knowledge from our experts. Without further ado, I'm going to present Dr. Maram Abdullah Al-Anizi, who's going to be talking about a burnout and how to boost employees' engagement in pharmacy practice. Dr. Maram is a distinguished consultant clinical pharmacist at Hayal Health Center. She earned her Doctor of Pharmacy degree from Qura University in Mecca. She completed both her PGY1 and PGY2 training in Medication Use Safety and Policy Residency Program at King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center in Riyadh. Her clinical expertise focuses on medication safety, drug information, and policy development. Currently, she serves as a drug information clinical pharmacist at King Salman Specialist Hospital in Hayal, where she also holds the role of PGY1 Pharmacy Residency Program Director at Hayal Cluster. Alongside her clinical responsibilities, Dr. Al-Anizi is an adjunct at the College of Pharmacy at University of Hayal, where she is actively involved in academic teaching and mentorship. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Maram to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank the organizing committee and the scientific committee for this invitation. So the past 2 days here in Ihop 7, we had a lot of successful session filled with learning and knowledge, and today, inshallah, will be a pursuit of this success. Thank you all for being here. So my presentation today will address from burnout to buy-in, focusing on boosting employee and engagement in pharmacy. My agendas for today to define what is burnout, and we will highlight the pharmacist, the impact of burnout on pharmacists, on patient care, and we will outline the strategies for preventing burnout, and in addition, how to boost employee engagement in pharmacy. So being a pharmacist, it's not only a profession, it's also have more of meaningful role on patient care and have more of impact on a clinical management of patients. So on daily basis, you face a lot of workload, a lot of work to do inside the pharmacy. So a day in pharmacy can feel like a marathon, and you will get to do it all over again on the next morning. So you will be have a lot of stress, either physically, emotionally, and even mentally. So allow me to say this in Arabic. So ممكن في يوم صحيت من النوم جلستوا تتساءلون انه ليش اداوم اليوم، صح؟ مر عليكم هذا الشيء؟ او اليوم تعبان مالي مزاج، او هل اغيب؟ هذه هواجيس اللي قبل النوم، اغيب اليوم ولا اسحب ولا استاذن؟ متى اتقاعد؟ كم سنه تقاعد المبكر؟ فاحيانا تمر علينا هذه التساؤلات، لو مرت بشكل يومي this is a concern. So burnout, it's not, it's a very real concern, and you may be burnout أو تكون محترق وظيفيا. So due to this condition, the WHO give a special attention to burnout as one of the mental health. So they define burnout as a state of severe physical, emotional, and mental exhaustion from prolonged and excessive stress. The burnout could lead to a feeling of being either overwhelmed, drained, cynical, which is meaning you feel distrust with people, or the people, they are not honest with you, and helpless. Usually burnout coming from work, however, sometimes some of life aspects can affect or can lead also to burnout. The burnout, it reduces motivations, it will sap your energy and decrease your productivity at work and result in loss of interest or ability to cope with the stress. As I mentioned, the WHO, they give it a special attention. Currently, burnout considered as a syndrome, and they give it as an ICD code. Usually, it's coming from a workplace stress that is not successfully managed. It's characterized by 3 dimensions. The first thing, it's emotional exhaustion. So feeling of energy depleted, you don't have energy to work, or could be related to depersonalization or cynicism, which is you are feeling you are disliked in this area, or you are not engaged on the area, and decreased sense of personal accomplishments. Sometimes you are staring a lot of hours on your computer, however, you don't do any work, or even you don't feel like you have any personal accomplishments. So what are the signs of burnout? So either lack of motivation, you are not able to have your own self-motivation, feeling tired or drained, even if you have full sleeping hours, still you are awake tired, and you don't have the energy to go to work. Difficulty of concentrating even on work, difficulty on concentrating on communication with your colleagues or with your leaders. Sometimes you have frequent headaches, even if you talk paracetamol, don't go away. Decrease in your performance or in your productivity. Sometimes you feel irritable even with a small conversation with your colleagues. Withdrawal from social activities. If there's like a gathering inside your area, still you are disengaged with them or disengaged with the talk with your colleagues. And you have physical symptoms such as muscle pain. You feel very tired. So the prevalence of burnout among healthcare providers is very high, and it has a global concern. However, the prevalence among pharmacists is not extensively studied in the pharmacy area. However, I found a comprehensive systematic review. They report 51% of pharmacists experiencing burnout, and mainly they are focusing about hospital pharmacists. In Saudi Arabia, recent published study, they measure the prevalence in community pharmacists. They assessed the burnout among 400 community pharmacists on the kingdom, and they reported high level of burnout were prevalent related to emotional exhaustion, which represents 65.9%, and depersonalization 64%, and the highest percent was related to demonstrate low personal accomplishment. So we need to give attention to this concerning levels. So what is the impact and consequences on burnout? According to different studies, they mentioned that burnout could reduce in your productivity. Most of pharmacists, they reported poor job satisfaction, increased job turnover, and early retirement. Also reduced psychological and physical well-being, and this will eventually will negatively impact on patient care, and which is significantly resulting on medication error, reduce quality of care, and also could lead to fatalities. However, in those studies, they did not report it, or they did not link how many medication error was conducted, how many medication error was reported due to burnout. However, they just mentioned it as a general statement. What about the financial impact? Also, in the studies, they mentioned that there is a financial impact to burnout, as there are costs involved in absence of staff turnover. So, as I mentioned earlier, the WHO, they currently classified the burnout as a disease. So a lot of research was ongoing on this area over the past years. So this will lead to development of multiple burnout assessment tools. The first one is Maslach's burnout inventory, which is the first one and the most validated one, and the commonly used one on the studies and also in the healthcare area. Another assessment, such as Copenhagen burnout inventory, Oldenburg, and Shermo-Milmed burnout measures, all of these assessments you can utilize anyone you like, and as I mentioned, the first one, MBI, is the most commonly used in the area. So burnout have been associated with several risk factors. So this is a combination of different studies. They mentioned what are the risk factors after assessing the burnout among their pharmacists. First thing is working full-time, or they have a lot of working hours per week. Less professional experience. Burnout was noticed on the young population compared with elderly, especially if they are have zero experience in the area. High prescription or patient volume per pharmacist. Poor work-life balance, and also additional professional or leadership roles. So They mentioned if they have like a mentorship role or leadership role, they have a higher percentage of burnout compared to the others. Lack of burnout management resources in the institutions, or sometimes it is there, however, they are not aware of the availability of these resources. Lack of appreciation by colleagues or appreciation by leadership. All of these are risk factors could lead to burnout. So we need also, as a leadership, to pay a special attention to these risk factors and try to adjust them in your institution. So how I'm gonna have buy-in for my employee? This can be occur when the employee feel valued, feel heard, and aligned with the organization mission. They feel appreciated. They have impact on the institution. This is will, if the staff they feel this, the appreciation, they will be reduce the risk of burnout. So this can be achieved through different strategies, which is will move from burnout to buy-in through 3 interventional levels. The first one related to leadership and related to organization, and the third intervention level is related to the individual themselves. So what are the needs from the leadership support to reduce the burnout risks for their employee? First, through encouraging open communication and have some psychological measures or psychological assessment for your employee. Actively listen to your staff concern, address their concerns out, and try to figure out the solutions for their concerns. Involve pharmacists and technicians in decision making, especially if it's related to the workflow, since they are the frontliners who will do this work. We need to have also a workload optimization and to have a workflow efficiency to reduce unnecessary steps in the workflow to have more smooth work. To ensure fair tasks distribution among team members. Sometimes if the person who finalized the tasks very quickly, they give him another tasks. So this is also could lead to burnout. Acknowledge daily efforts on daily basis, and it should not be a major achievement or a major contribution that they need to be acknowledged. What about organization support? Different study, they mentioned different criteria to be optimized in your institutions. One of them, it's called the 5 C's, which is care. Through show employee you are care about their well-being, care about their presence. Also connect, which is you need to build a relationship and foster a sense of togetherness between your staff. You need also to coach, guide your employee to be their best they can, coach them, enlighten them about their issues they have and how they can overcome these issues. Contribute through encourage your employee to contribute their thoughts and idea, appreciate their idea, and also if it's effective, they can utilize their idea and recognize them for that. Congratulate them for celebrate employee for the great work they do, and as I mentioned, on small things they achieved in their work, they have to be appreciated. Also, provide continuous education and training opportunities, send them for conferences, workshops, or register them with courses to enhance their knowledge or educate them on lacking areas. Support their career advancement and specialization. If they are interested to pursue clinical residency, support them in going to that area. Offer mentorship and coaching programs either inside your area, or you can collaborate with a psychology department or other departments. Promote flexible schedules where possible. Better if you have like fixable schedule or flexible hours in the work. Encourage breaks and times off, and also provide access to mental health and wellness resources. As I mentioned, if you have it available in your institution, just advise your staff to go there and just to have a talk with the psychologist in that department. What about individuals? What they need to do to overcome the burnout, or to have less burnout, or to manage the stress? First, you need to recognize the signs. How I'm going to recognize this? Through doing the assessments, questionnaires such as the MPI, as I mentioned, and you need to check your score. Is it you have a lot of signs of burnout, minor signs, moderate sign, and etc. Practice self-care. Do whatever make you feel happy. You need to set boundaries. Do not take excess tasks. If you have a lot going on the work, and also do not take tasks after working hours. You need to seek support. Take breaks during the work, or also take a break as a vacation. Practice stress relief technique through doing sports, taking swim lessons, doing yoga, meditation, whatever make you feel relaxed. Also, you need to stay connected with your colleagues, stay connected with other people. And at the end, if you do all of that and still nothing is work, you need to seek a professional help to help you to go to overcome the burnout. Here I'm just highlighting the WHO guidelines on mental health at work. They mentioned that burnout is one of their concerns, and also they address it as a disease. So all of us as a healthcare provider, as a leaders, and also as an organization, we need to give a special attention to our employee to assess their burnout if they have any, and if they have, we need to assist them with the help. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maram, for this insightful lecture about burnout and how to boost employees' performance and productivity within the pharmacy practice. Before moving on to our next speaker, I was informed by the organizing committee and our volunteers that it's time for the camera gift. So the camera is going to move and select one of the audience to get a valuable gift from Ihop. All right. Count me, خليهم يحاولون علي. carrying on our during our session on our session, we're going to move to Dr. Maher Momina. Dr. Maher has a 10 years experience at King Faisal's Specialist Hospital Research Center, where he led the Pharmacy Informatics and Automation Department. His role focuses on leveraging advanced pharmacy automation systems and healthcare informatics and enhance operational efficiency and patient outcomes. He holds a PMP certification, ASHP Pharmacy Informatics certification, and master's degree in health informatics. His professional expertise spans team management, operations management, and integration of technology into pharmacy services. By combining his knowledge in AI, informatics, and pharmacy automation, he contributes to innovative healthcare solutions and drive operational excellence and support collaborative efforts to improve service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Dr. Maher on the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Abu Bakr, for the welcome and introduction. It's my pleasure being a speaker in this gathering of the hospital pharmacist, or in general, a pharmacist as a profession in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I would like to thank Dr. Mohammed al-Shinnawi for his effort in making this gathering happen, and wish him all the best in the future. Dr. Maram maybe started her lecture talking about the burnouts and how to cure this syndrome from us in our workplace. Maybe my lecture will touch base with some adoption of the technology in our workplace in reducing and relieving the pharmacy throughout his work activities. First of all, I'll talk about changing the pharmacy landscape, what automation and robotics really are in terms of defining every single concept, and how they are transforming the hospital pharmacy or retail pharmacy. What are the threats, the opportunities, and the fears, in addition to the benefits? What are the impacts and the special consideration that I need to take care of? What are the alignments of the digital transformation for us as a pharmacist in alignment with the Saudi Vision 2030? And what is the future to go with? And what are the strategic recommendation that, like a take-home message for the institution, for the pharmacy and the policymakers? Pharmacy is evolving, is changing, is developing nowadays. We see that so many pharmacies are adopting the latest and seeking the latest technology to be available in their workplace, either in inpatient or outpatient. So the technology are stepping in. Robots are available nowadays. We are seeing a lot of successful story of implementing solution and technology in our pharmacy. And why is that? Mainly due to the demands are considered high nowadays with the volume. There are more responsibility toward our patient and our organization. We've seen a rapid responsibility in so many aspects in organization toward healthcare, and we see also an ongoing transforming activities into a digital era rather than a manual process. For us as a pharmacist, what does that mean in reality? What are the drivers to do the changes or driving the changes? As we all know that all of our pharmacies are getting busy and busy every day, either in inpatient or outpatient. In outpatient, there is a long queue of the patients waiting for their medications. In inpatients, nursing are bombarding the pharmacy with the phone calls asking about their doses. More medication regimen complexities nowadays, new innovations in the drug discoveries, new addition, deletion. So it's a dynamic environment. The higher management and the pharmacy management always ask for fast and safe care at the same time. The manager also is facing a lot of staff shortage or workforce shortage in their schedule, tight schedule. All these might cause, to what Dr. Maram mentioned in her slides, the burnout, especially for the management of the pharmacy. So, in addition to those points, we should mention about the cost and the efficiency, which I consider it as a key factor in the change that changing the environment that we are aiming for. That's why we have to make the technology and the automation stepping up to help. Talking about the pharmacy automation concept. As we all know and read about, it's the use of technology to handle all steps of the medication use cycle or process, starting from the managing the verification, the dispensing, the compounding, even the inventory, and some of administrative tasks like generating the required report and statistics. So it will help us to do the regular counting and labeling, help the management doing their forecasting about the inventory, dispensing accurate medication, trying to decrease the repetitive task. Usually, the automation is considered to be an essential entity in our daily life, which decrease the manual and repetitive task and make it more systematic. Now we move to the robots or the robotics. The robotics are a part of the automation which configured to do a complex repetitive task that usually being done by the user. So it's aid and help and act as a helper and aid tool to the pharmacist in his workplace in order to streamline the process. We've seen that the robotics are preparing medication, either in inpatient or outpatients. Talking about the IV automation or IV robotics, it helps to handle the hazardous drugs. So it helps the user or the operator from being exposed to the chemicals or hazardous drug and prevent the contamination of the preparation by preventing the manual interventions. It delivers the medication in the hospital by any means, either for inpatient and outpatients. It can work 24/7 with precision and providing the required decision for the management in order to streamline your process in the pharmacy. When you are talking about the hospital pharmacy environments, how the robotics will do the change. For example, it can handle, as I mentioned, the hazardous and some kind of chemicals that consider to be required a special attention while doing the preparation, especially with preparing the antineoplastic drug in no contamination risk and in a safe environment. And that's where the IV robotics compounders are taking the lead. We know about the automated dispensing cabinets, which play an important role in making the medication automatically available to the user, mainly the nursing, based on the administration and frequency schedule of the medication. Think about comparing the cart fill design that mainly focus on the manual versus the making the medication ready and available for the nursing electronically and controlling the time of the medication withdrawal process. Talking about the smart inventory tracking or the smart inventory management system, it helps a lot in making the required forecasting and utilization of the drugs for the pharmacist, mainly throughout the yearly inventory that's being done for the pharmacists, including the controlled and narcotic substance. The delivery process, the automation in delivery process, implementing the smart pneumatic tube system to deliver and send the medication across all the facility, as well as the newly established delivery robotics, or what they call as tugs, robotic tugs, which are mainly responsible to deliver the medication and remove the burden of having shortage in workforce. I'm referring here to the couriers or the messengers. So automating the process, and there are a lot of examples of automating your inpatient pharmacy process and make them easy, adaptable environment for your management. So what about the community and retail pharmacy? Nowadays, we see some pharmacies are establishing what we call it, the box dispensing robots in their ambulatory or retail pharmacy in the community in order to decrease the waiting time, because they are aiming for faster service and making the patient in direct contact in no time with the pharmacist, so he can serve into the business and provide him with the needed education throughout this process. So imagine the community pharmacy where the robots prepare and sort the medication needed for that prescription. The pharmacists spend more time in clinical activities and education with the patient, and this is very important for us as a pharmacist. So if you have all this set up together, you will see better service in your outpatient pharmacy or mainly retail pharmacy with fewer mistakes. So imagine that the pharmacist, instead of going and collecting the medication, and he might commit a mistake while taking the boxes, the robot will do the job. So it streamline and facilitate the business. In terms of transforming the pharmacy workforce, one of the big misconception that the robot will replace or take over the pharmacy job. I keep hearing the statements when I joined the pharmacy like 22 years ago. Does the pharmacy job will be deleted or demolished? Will the robot will step in my shoe and do all the job? Because it was, at that time, it was the era of implementing the robotics, the ADCs, the outpatient robotics, the IV robotics, all these kind of stuff. Instead of thinking about that, let's think about how the pharmacy usually will pursue, instead of doing the manual repetitive task, let the robot do the job. So he will work directly with the patient in doing, as I mentioned, the educational activity, review the medication regimen and therapy, consulting with the medical team, focus on clinical care. Maybe he can focus and establish a research on some kind of a case that he faced. So our profession will be more patient focused and being more meaningful rather than manual, repetitive, routine task that what we usually think about the pharmacy will do. Now we'll move to talk about the threats and the opportunity, which is the core subject of my lecture. First of all, we'll think about the fears, and they are real and reality. Nowadays, we might hear that some pharmacies feel uneasy about the automation. They're afraid about dealing with robotics or automation or changing their daily behavior or pattern of dealing or preparing the medication in every day. So they were think and having like a concern, will I lose my job the next day after getting those robotics? Are the patient going to trust the machine instead of the human? What shall I do if the machine goes down? What shall I do? Am I going to stop working in my pharmacy or what? What about the cost? Is it really worth it? I can hire 2 or 3 individuals with some salary adjustment and they can do the job. So these kind of questions are coming in mind for every pharmacy manager, maybe in the past and maybe nowadays. In terms of the opportunities, in order to contradict the fear, and the opportunities are big. Having the automation, it will elevate the role of the pharmacy. Of course, it will create fewer medication errors, fasten the service, safe work environment for all the pharmacy, better, of course, of documentation and traceability, more time into patient care. Regarding the benefits, in terms of safety also, we have to think about these kind of questions. Fear of job loss, of redundancy of jobs. I have to think about reducing human-patient interaction. Does the machine, will this allow me from talking to the patient down the road? If I depend my work on technology and automation, what is my role later on? The risk of the system failure and high cost of the implementation and adaptability and having the qualified personnel in my environment to run the show. So these kind of concern, we need to think about it in order to enhance the safety. In terms of the efficiency and the economics, we see that the automation and the technology will enhance the accuracy and the patient safety. It will increase the efficiency and reduce the fatigue, and maybe it's going to reduce the burnout. It will assure reallocation of the time toward clinical service, research, education. So it's time to think about an ecosystem of smart pharmacy rather than doing the manual repetitive task by individuals. What is the impact on the workforce? It's all about evolution of the roles. For the technician or the pharmacist, junior pharmacist, it's more into, it's gonna be changed into robotic operator, system admin, troubleshooter, etc., or maintenance. For the clinical pharmacy, he will pursue more of clinical duties with the patient and with other medical team. So it's not about replacing, but it's about evolving. The impact in terms of economic and operational, we've seen that a lot of studies showed that the return of investment will be achieved in 2 to 4 years, and this is for the management. We see that a cost saving are being addressed from reducing the waste and errors in your work, in daily work. Optimizing your manpower and enabling the systematic and sustainability process in your environment, rather than doing everyone is working based on his behavior and performance. You'll see like a fluctuation in your performance in your pharmacy. But adopting the technology and the systems will make it all systematic based on the process that you are aiming for. This chart showing that in the Digital Pharmacy Global Market Report in 2025, there is an increase in the growth by 20% since year 24 until year 29, like 300 or 200 million or billion dollars in the global markets. Some consideration that need to be taken place in terms of regulations and ethical, we have to think about the compliance and the good pharmacy practice. We have to start thinking about the technology by apply it based on our policy and procedure in the environment, not the other way around. So it has to be tailored to suit my business need in my pharmacy. We have to think about the data security and the confidentiality of patient data by following the latest rule, policy and procedure from the cybersecurity agency, and it's available and published online. Responsibility and accountability. Who is responsible for the machine, the operation? Who are my team to do and run the job? So we have to nominate the team. But still, the legal frameworks are still evolving nowadays, and this is a message for the policymaker to evolve the technology into the pharmacy practice and profession. Regarding the alignment with the 2030 Saudi vision, 2 slides, we see that technology supports national healthcare goal. It's provide patient safety and quality, make the workforce more modernized, and help in making the digital health transformation. And this graph here showing the Saudi Arabia digital health market. Like I mentioned the previous chart, we've seen a growth from 24 until 30, inshallah, we will reach like growth reports or in around 20%. We've seen a lot of application in telehealth care, in mobile health, analytical tools that working in place, and other digital systems are implemented and adopted here in Saudi Arabia. So the future is considered about merging the human and the machine together. Make the integration so the pharmacist won't be replaced. He will be supported by the technology. We have to keep thinking in this manner. So the human do the judgment and the robot do the precision and the speed. Strategic recommendation for an institution, we have to invest in training the individual and redesigning the workflow and workforce in order to implement the required technology. We have to embrace the digital transformation. For the policymaker, we have to encourage innovation with clear standards and initiatives or incentives. To conclude, automation and robotics represent both a challenge and an opportunity. Human experience remains essential for empathy, judgment, and safety. The goal is not to replace the pharmacist at all, but to elevate the pharmacy profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maher, for such an insightful lecture. I'd like to invite both speakers to the stage for the Q&A session. So for our dear audience, if you would like to have any questions, please. Okay, Dr. Muhammad. في مايك دكتور محمد.
Thank you all for these great presentations. Dr. Amaram, my first question for you regarding, is there any KPIs that you can monitor the burnout from? Just as an example, I will tell you something that His Excellency Minister of Health, and we created one of the KPIs is the pillow KPI. So for example, if you are sleeping and the alarm rang in your mobile phone and you clicked snooze or rang after 10 minutes, it means that you lost the passion. This is one of the KPIs. Is there any KPIs that you as a manager, as a pharmacist, you can monitor in your staff? This is your question. Dr. Maher, we are always comparing the automation impact on behind the counter, or what we can call it the operational pharmacists. What about the clinical pharmacists? The clinical pharmacists. Now the AI and the informatics is highly there, and definitely the AI can help you. So does this mean also that we need, or we do not need, the clinical pharmacist numbers as before? Or we can utilize them for others, because AI, as you said, you mentioned it clearly, it will fasten your, not fasten, it will make your work faster. So instead of seeing your ward, which we can say 30 patients in the ward in 3 hours, you can see them in only half an hour. This is with the AI presence. So which means that previously, in other words, if I translate it right, as a director of pharmacy, previously I needed to hire 2 or 3 clinical pharmacists to cover this ward. But now with the AI and the technology, I just only need 1. What else can we do differently from your perspective to help? I know that the operational, we said that the automation will give you more time to stay and to talk with the patients and to communicate. But with the clinical duties, what is the really impact on the clinical duties? Shukran.
True. Dr. Muhammad, thank you for your question. So regarding KPI for pharmacy leaders inside the institution, I think this could be adaptable. Up to my knowledge, I'm not aware if there is any currently used KPI from pharmacists or pharmacy leaders to assess well-being for their staff. So, however, could be easy, adaptable, and we can adapt one of the assessment tools such as an MPI. I believe there is annual assessment for all staff in all organizations, does not only for pharmacists only from المركز سلامة المرضى. It's on annual basis. However, the result of the assessment as frontliner we are not aware of. I think it's the result of each institution only go for the leaders or the directors. We are not shared with that result. So I believe, yes, we need to have KPIs for our staff, should be part of, should assess their well-being part of their annual evaluation to make sure they are mentally prepared to be work in the environment. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for your question. Actually, it touches base with our daily practice. If you are thinking about yourself as a director in the pharmacy, as you mentioned, it's not about operation, but the clinical role is playing an important function in the healthcare. You are right. Adopting the AI technologies will help us big time in facilitating the huge number of patients, especially in outpatient clinics, make the required revision of the previous documentation, and can predict the required changes and new regimen, if any. Think about the clinical pharmacist as a physician. Before that, or before adopting the electronic health records and the required documentation, we've seen that the physician might spend more time in tinkering with the computers and trying to do as much as possible of documentation rather than showing empathy toward his patient in the clinic. I've seen the new era of electronic health records nowadays that are associated with the function of AI, helping the user, especially the physician, in arranging all the required documentation and the treatment plan and the orders as well, and make it ready for him for a specific button. So, as we all share the access to the electronic health records as a clinicians or clinical pharmacists, so this will, as you mentioned, will speed up the process, especially in outpatient condensed clinic. In terms of the manpower, well, judging the number of the required clinical pharmacists as a workforce, it's based on the number of services that you are about to cover in your institute. If you have plenty or complex or tertiary care hospital, there is a need in having at least 1 or 2 clinical pharmacists that support and serve the medical team there, because the clinical pharmacist, with the aid of AI and the technology in getting the proper work done, he would help. He is the helpful pillar with the medical team in terms of doing some kind of reconciliation, education at the bedside sometimes, as well as during the clinic visits. So I see that the AI is coming, with no doubt. I see a newer version of electronic health record as I described. The AI will do everything for you. It's a matter of clicking OK to submit. So this is the future, but again, it will come to the director of the pharmacy judgment to distribute the function and the duty across the services. Thank you.
This could align with the question we received just right now from one of the audience. It says, is there any data that proves the cost-cutting and saving benefits of such interventions compared to increasing the number of staff instead?
Anna?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, at the moment, I don't have a specific number, but I see that in our Saudi Arabian hospital, either MOH or academia or even military or tertiary care hospital, there is a shift into the digital transformation. They are seeking the adoption of the latest technology. All the leaders, all the hospital leaders are looking into the technology. The first requirement for that is to speed up the process, cope with the crowdedness of the and condense patient services and reduce the manual job within the organization. But again, I don't have a definite number in comparing both activities.
Absolutely. And Dr. Maram touched base on a very subject that's very sensitive to almost all of us. I'm going to be switching right now بين عربي وإنجليزي. كلنا مرينا بأوقات انضغطنا شوي فيها في العمل، وكلنا قلنا أنا إيش جابني هنا، أنا إيش خلاني هنا، أنا بروح أشوف لي شغلة ثانية، أنا انا هذا الشغل ما يسوي لي، هذا ما يفعل لي.
هو جيس الليل قبل النوم.
هو جيس الليل واحلام النهار واحلام العصر. بس not necessarily this always leads to او يعني نابعه من burn out. Burn out is a process as I understand.
Yes.
It starts من symptomatic burnout إلين مرحلة actual burnout where there needs to be a fundamental change to cope with the personality and restore yourself. How do we differentiate? يمكن كيف أحدد إنه هل أنا موضوع ستريس اللي أنا أمر عليه ولا burn out؟ إيش الديفرنس بينهم؟
Thank you for your question. So stress, it's a state of like pressure or demand. However, regarding specific tasks, however, you still have the energy, you still have the motivation to do this, and you will be able to cope with this stress eventually. However, the burnout, no, it's different. It's more of physical, emotional, mental exhaustion, you lack of motivation, you lack of believing in others, you feel hopeless, and you feel disappreciated or disengaged from the environment. Still, you don't have the energy to work again. So stress, if not cope very well, or you don't know how to manage the stress very well, either work related or family related, it's not only related to work, it could lead eventually to burnout. So burnout, it's a result of stress. Not handled very well. Thank you for your question.
For the sake of time, we're going to take one question. Dr. Khalid, the mic.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا دكتور مرام دكتور ماهر. Thank you very much دكتور أبو بكر. Thank you for the great sessions. Maybe it will be like a fun question at the end, but it's still serious. So you've touched topic on would the patient trust the robotics? I have a further step into that. Would you trust such robotic, specifically for the IV preparations, for a vial that may cost $50,000, for example? So would you trust putting this for the robot to handle? Because actually we've seen some institutions with some nurses not daring to touch the vial if it is very expensive. So I just wanted to ask for this.
To answer this question in particular, actually, the idea, based on my humble information that I get it from the companies that innovate such technology, like I could say 10 years ago, and mainly in Europe, not in US. And I didn't visit US companies, but I visited the European companies. They told me that due to handling such complex medication and in which require special attention in terms of dosing, concentration, and proper preparation in a safe condition, not to be contaminated and to be thrown away and discard this $10,000 or $100,000, and to make it more or properly prepared in a safe environment that fulfill the requirement of the ISO in terms of industry and manufacturing, and the USP 797 or even 800. So the idea came from this part, in order not to let this expensive medication comes and prepared by a burned out pharmacist in his routine life that has a family issue. Let the machine do the job after making it properly configured in a way with the help of the engineer, and do the thorough testing and validation before even prepare a single dose there. So it's like a balanced effort between all the people.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Abu Bakr, with the same thing, and I like this question. Sorry for taking more time, but when can we see liability on the company producing robotics? There is a percentage, 99% they are correct in preparation. So what if this 1% went wrong And this file was damaged.
Or cost
So,
the life.
Exactly.
صح.
So at that time, is there worldwide liability on those companies who are manufacturing pharmacy robotics, so they will be paying back this loss on them?
Insurance like...
Yes, yes. It's like a great idea, and might need to be, if I'm handling these expensive drugs to be operated by IV robotics, it can be included in the contract services and contract management about the loss. Not even, not mentioning about the expensive drugs. Even if you have antibiotics from local market, the vial costs you 1 real. This is a total loss, of course, and it's going to be accumulated in your budget. I totally agree with your point, and I'll share it with the company in my next negotiating, inshallah.
Inshallah. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we have got so much insights from our distinguished speakers. Please join me in thanking them for their great presentations, and I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad for their appreciation.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of our session 14. It's an honor to invite Dr. Muhammad al-Shinnawi to kindly present the recognition to our speakers. Dr. Maram al-Anizi. دكتور ماهر مومينا. دكتور أبو بكر عمر. Thank you, our audience, for your time and engagement and participation.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. خمس دقائق لأداء صلاة العصر. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 15, Fighting Micro-Innovation. My name is Shakir Mansour Al-Mtairi, pharmacy intern at University of Tabuk. And I have the pleasure to introduce today's session. Today's lecture is entitled Boosting Immunity, Update on New Vaccination and Disease Prevention Strategies. Our speaker for this lecture, Dr. Ashjan Al-Ghani. And we are honored to have our outstanding moderator, Dr. Shurug Farraj. Dr. Farraj is a clinical pharmacy resident, R2. She earned her pharmacy degree from Al-Qura University at 2023. She began her professional career at Saudi German Hospital at Mecca, worked as IV pharmacist. Currently, Dr. Farraj is a clinical pharmacy resident, R2, at Mecca Health Cluster. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Shurug Farraj.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Shakir, for introducing me. It's my pleasure to serve as a moderator for this session and standing in front of you. And also, I would like to thank my preceptors for giving me this opportunity and this support. So, before introducing our distinguished speaker, I would like to briefly outline the focus of our session. So, as the healthcare sector continues to evolve, vaccination and disease prevention have become as just vital as treatment itself. So today's session will explore the latest updates and preventive strategies and highlighting their critical role. To guide us through this important topic, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ashjan Al-Ghani. Dr. Ashjan is a pediatric clinical pharmacist, earned her pharm degree from King Saud University at 2017, following it by the PGY1 program at the King Abdulaziz Medical City in Riyadh. Also, she specialized in the pediatric PGY2 residency program at King Abdullah Specialized Children Hospital at 2021. She holds the American Board Certification for Adults and Pediatric. Currently, Dr. Al-Ghanim served as the Pediatric Clinical Pharmacist at King Faisal Specialized Hospital and Research Center, also the Program Director for the PGY1 Residency Program. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ashjan.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here. Today, my topic is about boosting immunity, update of new vaccination and disease prevention strategies. So the objectives of today's presentation is to recognize and understand the adult immunization along with the guideline recommendation. Additionally, to discuss the evidence behind the adult immunization and the vaccination in the community and the disease community burden. Finally, to explore the role of the pharmacist in enhancing the vaccination and increasing the awareness. So as an introduction, I would like to elaborate more about the importance of vaccination. Vaccination actually is a very important cost-effective intervention to decrease the disease incidence. In United States alone, the childhood immunization actually prevented 20 million cases and saved about 42,000 deaths annually. And globally, the vaccination saved around 4 million lives. In 2009, vaccination effort in United States estimated to also save about $13.5 billion. So not only health benefit, there is economic benefit from vaccination. To elaborate more, this slide actually showed the importance of vaccination on the diseases that was common in some era prior to the vaccination. Diphtheria, for example, the incidence pre-vaccination era was estimated to exceed 20,000 cases per year. However, after the vaccination era, it decreased to only 2 cases per year. Similarly, measles, also the incidence-wise 500,000 cases per year. The incidence declined significantly to only 1,200 cases per year, which is greater than 99% reduction. Immunization also introduced what is called herd immunity. Herd immunity is the concept that when most of the community gets vaccinated, the immunity will reach even to unvaccinated individuals. So the disease will not have any window to spread. Before taking a deeper look into the vaccination, we have to know more about our immunity. We have 2 main types of immunity: innate, which is the first line defense. This is not specific, like our skin. And there is a more specific type, which is the adaptive immunity that involve the B and T lymphocyte. Vaccine actually mimic the natural infection by generating the B and T lymphocyte without causing the disease itself. And we have to know that in children, we have to get more doses of vaccination due to immunological immaturity. The immunity in our system can be gained in 2 different ways. The first one is actively through naturally through infection and artificially through vaccination. There is also what is called passive vaccination or passive immunization that is gained by maternal antibodies or artificially through administration of immunoglobulin. This slide shows the common type of vaccination, which include, for example, the live attenuated, like MMR, inactivated, like IBV or hepatitis A, part of organisms like acellular pertussis, polysaccharide capsule like pneumococcal, meningococcal, and polysaccharide capsule conjugated with protein like pneumococcal, again, some types of other meningococcal vaccine. Finally, the toxoid like diphtheria and tetanus toxoid. The immunization recommendation largely derived from the CDC, specifically the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, which is the ACIP. The recommendation is updated annually and released by the CDC. This is the schedule of the adult vaccination. It's usually released annually. This is the latest schedule in 2025. Here, in the left side, there is the vaccination recommended, and in the right side, there is the boxes color-coded, where the yellow indicate a requirement to be vaccinated, and purple one indicate that it should be vaccinated on high-risk individual. And gray indicate no guidance. Purple indicate that the vaccination is recommended based on shared decision making between the healthcare provider and the patient. Here, the second schedule, which is also for adult, but it is by medical condition. This is for high-risk patient. Similarly, the same color coding. In addition, the red one, it's a contraindication. The brown one indicate need for additional doses of this vaccine. So I will highlight the most important CDC update, which include that annual influenza vaccination is recommended for all individuals, including those 6 months and older. And also there is a new vaccination, which is meningococcal vaccine that combine all the strains, including A, B, C, W, Y, can be administered instead of the 2 vaccines that cover individual serotypes. The new update also that adults 50 to 59 years of age are now and get a new recommendation to be administered RSV vaccine, and pneumococcal vaccination BSV 20, BCV 15 and BCV 20 actually added instead of the BCV 13. So starting with the COVID-19 vaccination, previously it was recommended for all individuals. Now the recommendation has been changed to that the patient can get annual additional doses based on shared decision between the healthcare and the patient. So it's no longer recommended for all patients. And we have currently 3 vaccination: the mRNA, the viral vector, and the protein-based. And it is showed to decrease the incidence of COVID-19 associated hospitalization, as you may know, in high-risk individuals, including elderly patients and those with high-risk condition. Here is the recommendation in the new schedule. As you see, it's highlighted in blue, meaning that it is based on shared decision, no longer recommended for all patients. And it's the COVID-19 vaccination for patient age 12 to 64. Only 1 annual dose is enough, while those older than 64, they need actually 2 doses, with 1 as a main and the second as a booster annually. The COVID-19 has been proven to be safe. However, there is a reported incidence of rare cases of myocarditis. The myocarditis has been reported mainly in males and those who are aged between like 12 to 39 mainly, and it is follow the mRNA vaccine, especially the second dose, 7 days post the second dose. The RSV vaccination, this is the new trend of getting this vaccine. The respiratory syncytial virus, to begin with, this is actually a major cause of respiratory illness. We know that it causes severe disease in infant, but now there is a trend to include it even in the adult vaccination. In June 21st, 2023, the CDC advised actually to the RSV vaccine to be administered to adult patients. We have 3 main products currently available: the Abrysvo, Arexvy, and Embraceva. All of these are recommended to adults exceeding the age of 60, and some of them recommended for down the age of 18 to 59 with, who are at high risk of RSV disease. So what is the CDC said about this? CDC actually recommend the vaccination to be administered to 3 main individuals. The first one, the pregnant ladies, to pass the maternal antibody to prevent the disease to the children, and also individuals age 75 and older, regardless of the presence of risk factor. And lastly, individuals between the age of 50 to 74 who have increased risk of RSV disease. So what is the conditions that carry the risk of RSV, severe RSV disease? These are examples like chronic cardiovascular disease, chronic lung disease, end-stage renal disease, also immunosuppression like hematological malignancies. And you have to remember that it is only a 1 lifetime vaccine. No booster vaccine is recommended. So you get it once and that's it. The efficacy of RSV vaccine actually proven through this large study, which included more than 6,000 patients. It compared the vaccinated individuals to control, and it showed a great reduction in RSV-related hospitalization in patients who get the vaccine. Here is the recommendation in the CDC schedule. As I said before, it's recommended for pregnant ladies and high-risk patients and for all patients aged 75 and older. It is not necessarily to be administered in RSV season for elderly patients. So what is RSV season? RSV season usually during winter season from September until March. However, the patient can get it at any time. We have a specific consideration we should pay attention to, that not all products are recommended for pregnant lady. We have the Abrysview is the only recommended vaccination to be administered to pregnant women because it proven the safety to the infant. There was no reported preterm delivery with this vaccination, and it is only recommended to be given between the gestational age of 32 to 36 during the recommended season, which is from September to January, not like the other patients. No additional vaccine is recommended. So if the pregnant woman gets it at this pregnancy, in the subsequent pregnancy, she cannot get it because there is no information about it. Regarding the pneumococcal vaccination, there is a huge evolution of pneumococcal vaccination starting from 2000 when the BCV7 first appeared, which then dramatically the marketing has been received a new vaccination that covers more strains of pneumococcal, starting with BCV7, BCV13, BCV15, and 20. Here I explain more about the pneumococcal vaccine type, starting with BCV15, which cover 15 stereotype of pneumococcal vaccination, and it is proven to prevent the disease, the invasive pneumococcal disease. The BCV20 also it covers the 20 strains, and BCV21 it provide coverage from at least 21 strains. The BBSV23 it provide coverage against 23 strains of strep pneumo. So it will provide more coverage against pneumococcal disease that affect elderly population. The new thing in the vaccination that BCV13 no longer recommended currently, and if the patient gets BCV20 or 21, he should not get the BBSV23 as previously recommended. This is the schedule for the adult about the recommendation of pneumococcal vaccine, and the CDC recommends that all individuals 50 years and older and those who are younger, 19 to 49 with risk factor, should get the vaccination. So what is the risk factor for pneumococcal disease? This includes alcoholism, chronic liver disease, chronic renal disease, cochlear implant, those with immunocompromised condition. Pneumococcal vaccination doses, actually, it's unique. It depends on what was the initial vaccination. If the patient didn't receive any vaccination, he can get either one dose of BCV20 or one dose of BCV21 or one dose of BCV15 followed by BCV23 a year later. If he received previously BBSV23, then he get after 1 year one dose of BCV, any type, 15, 20, or 21. If he received previously BCV13, then he can get one dose of BBSV23 a year later or one dose of BCV20. If the patient received BCV13 and BBSV23, meaning he have complete vaccination series, then he might get additional BCV20 a year later, or after 5 years, he can get the BCV21. So what is the common barriers of immunization or routine immunization in the community? There is actually multiple factors that can contribute to decreased rate of immunization, like lack of awareness, perception that the individual has low risk of the disease, therefore he will not get vaccinated, the access and convenience, limited availability of the vaccination, fear of the community from the side effect of the vaccination, chronic health condition that are perceived to be contraindication to the vaccination, cultural and socio-economic factor, misconception about vaccination, like the link of vaccination to autism, which is a totally wrong idea. So our role as a pharmacist is to we have a critical role as a pharmacist to increase the awareness of vaccination and to enhance the community awareness of the vaccination. Also, pharmacists are well positioned to inform the patient about the available vaccination, recommend vaccination based on individual risk factor. Finally, pharmacists should engage the patient in patient discussion about the consequences of being an unvaccinated individual. Thank you. Any questions?
So thank you, Dr. Asjan, for your insightful presentation. Now we will open the floor for the questions. في أحد حابب يسأل الدكتورة؟ طيب, okay. I have a question for you, doctor. So with the multiple respiratory vaccine now available for adults like RSV, influenza, and COVID-19, how should the healthcare provider prioritize or sequence these vaccination, especially for those adults, patients, or the chronic conditions?
So thank you for your question. Actually, it's all recommended, as you know, the RSV, the influenza, the COVID-19 for all adults. All of these vaccines are inactivated vaccines. So there is no accurate interaction between all of these vaccines. If the patient is instructed to take it at the same visit, he can. However, there is some condition that we need to prioritize. So we have to consult the physician of the patient to understand his condition, and if there is a high risk for example, side effects, so we can space it like 1 week, 2 weeks, then he can get those vaccines. But there is no actual interaction between them.
Yes, okay, great, thank you. Does anyone have any question? Yes, please.
السلام عليكم يعطيك العافية. Doctora, you mentioned the RSV vaccine is not mandatory, but the guideline recommend to give the RSV vaccine for the pregnant. So is it mandatory now in our schedule as the MOH guidelines or not?
In the MOH, it was not added. Actually, when I reviewed the MOH, it's not yet added. However, in the CDC, it was added seasonal. If the pregnant lady reach 32 to 37 weeks of gestation and she's on the season of RSV, between September to January, she should get the vaccine. And if she get it, she will not get it again in subsequent pregnancy. So that's enough.
Thank you.
If that answers your question.
Thank you.
يعطيك العافية دكتورة. So what's your recommendation for MOH? Shall we follow the CDC or what's your recommendation?
Yes. I believe for generally or for specific vaccination, you mean?
For this
RSV,
RSV.
respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. Okay. For RSV vaccine, I believe there's a huge impact on it in decreasing elderly associated hospitalization. So having it as mandatory in our schedule for elderly patient and advocating the elderly patient to get this vaccine will help to decrease the respiratory illness associated hospitalization and will subsequently decrease the economic burden. So I think this is I advise for it actually to be added in the schedule, if that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
تسمحي لي بالسؤال باللغة العربية شوي. هل تتوقعين في تقبل من الحوامل خواتنا ولا زوجاتنا في تقبل انهم ياخذون الفاكسينز اوريدي جديدة على السوق ما فيها رؤية كاملة؟ هل تتوقعين في تقبل خاصة في المجتمع العربي ولا من خلال خبرتك؟
أكيد يعني at the beginning ممكن ما يكون في تقبل ولكن this is our role is to advocate for it to proven that there is no harm on the child provide like maternal antibody to your when we more on the benefit of this vaccination and we like and address her concerns. We may ask her, tell her what's exactly your concerns. I think by that we can clarify يعني everything for her.
So no more questions. Thank you all for your participation and attendees. Thank you, Dr. Ashjan, for your insightful presentation. Thanks.
Now, we would like to present a token of appreciation to our moderator and speaker. We kindly invite Dr. Mohammed Al-Isa to join us on the stage to present the certificate of appreciation. To invite Dr. Ashjan to the stage. Finally, we would like to invite our session moderator, Dr. Shroq. Thank you, Dr. Shroq, for your outstanding and moderating the session with clarity and excellence. Thank you to all attendants. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. بعد إذنكم الآن وقت الكاميرا جفت. أتمنى من الجميع يبقوا مكانه.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 16. My name is Bandar Farhan Al-Shammari, PharmD intern at University of Tabuk. And I am pleased to introduce the final session of today's program. This session will address important aspects of modern pharmacy practice, bringing together clinical insight and economic impact, while highlighting the evolving role of pharmacists in improving patient care and healthcare system. We will begin with a debate titled, Adapting Biosimilars in Practice. Our distinguished speakers for this debate are Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Alayyan, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Aqil. This will be followed by a Q&A session. For the second part of this session, we will have the lecture, Economic Burden and the Added Value of Tirzepatide in Obesity Management. This lecture will be delivered by Dr. Bishair Al-Swaini. We are honored to have Dr. Hadi Al-Mansour as our session moderator. Dr. Al-Mansour is an assistant professor at the College of Pharmacy at the University of Jazan and previously served as a researcher and lecturer at the University of Sydney in Australia, where he earned his PhD. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Hadi Al-Mansour.
Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to welcome our experienced speakers, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Alayyan and Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Aqil. Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Alayyan is a senior pharmacist with more than 10 years experience in different departments in the hospital pharmacy, clinical pharmacy, research, with a strong background in supply chain, operation, value-based recruitment, and regulatory affairs. He's skilled in optimization pharmaceutical services, ensuring compliance with the healthcare standards, as well as driving process improvement that enhance patient care and organization efficiency. He's currently at the regulatory department at NIPCO. Welcome to Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Alayyan. This session is a bit different, so it's a debate about adapting biosimilars in practice, two sides of the coin. I'll also introduce the second speaker for this session, which Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Aqil. He's a senior drug information clinical pharmacist at King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center in Riyadh. He completed his BGY1 and BGY2 in clinical pharmacy, medication safety and policy at King Faisal Hospital. And he's currently is a PNT neuroscience coordinator at King Faisal Hospital. Welcome to Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Aqil.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good evening, everybody. Dr. Abdulaziz and me are a pleasure to be part of this fantastic conference today. And from my side, Dr. Abdulaziz, it's my pleasure to be in this kind of debate session with Dr. Abdulaziz. I think it's both of us first time about the new experience of debate session. I think most of us believed our topic today is tough, but we tried as much as we can to simplify the concept, send the message to the point. And by the way, we don't take in favor of both sides, either biologic or biosimilar. Today we are talking about the facts, recent update regarding the using biologics and biosimilar in practice, and raising some issues that we can solve it by some solutions. Okay. First of all, we have no conflict of interest to disclose. And our agenda today, inshallah, we are going to talk about the evolution of biologic and biosimilar therapy, regulatory framework and approval pathways, and clinical evidence with real-world data, also raising some challenges in practice and the practice. So, are you ready, Dr. Abdulaziz, inshallah? Bismillah.
Can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Just actually, we have begun. Can you go to the next slide? So just imagine with me, before the beginning of the era of the biologics, where, for example, in indications like rheumatoid arthritis, where we were limited with options, where we have, for example, NSAIDs, which is well known for their adverse drug reactions, especially when we are going with high doses. Steroids, which is nasty medications when we target high doses for those patients. Methotrexate, it's not really that giving that efficacy. It's how many of the patients will be on complete remission, 10%, 20%. Then it came the era of the biological therapy where now we have the TNFA inhibitors, but the issue with that medication, yes, they were effective, reaching up to 40% efficacy. However, we still have the challenge of their cost burden on the institution. That when first the so based on or by copies. Medication actually evaluation from the regulatory bodies, we call it biologic or originate. Among
And when we talk about the future, there was some estimated data for the cost saving. When we talk about US or European, they estimate the cost saving for the duration of 10 years achieving to 100 billion or around. For Saudi Arabia, actually, I couldn't find data that support this kind of information, but I found some short-term data. It was individual of medications, simulation data, it might reach to these numbers. Here, just to show, there is one of the reasons that related to cost, it might reach to up to more than 50% less than the originator cost of manufacturing process. And this one, the main reason for the price reductions of biosimilars. Here's some supporting data for the price reductions for the US and European.
So, Dr. Abdulaziz and all the audience, as you have seen, now we have talked about how thorough is the evaluation of these medications and how difficult for them to get in the market. We still have some barriers that we need really to consider in this adaptation. So, first of all is reimbursement challenge, especially when we are talking about the complex payer policies. Some of complex or hard prior authorization requirements, inconsistent frameworks or policies. When we were talking about stakeholder barriers, such as the healthcare providers in general hesitancy to prescribe or to give these patients the medications. When we talk about the formulary or formulary access, when we are talking about the higher patient costs that will be considered when we switch these patients to either from biosimilar to biosimilar or from originator to biosimilar, all the education that the patients will need, the materials they will need, the time we'll spend with them explaining that those medications we are giving you are the same. You should continue of them, they have the same effect. All of these are associated with a higher cost for the institution to just do the switching. So all of these needs to be considered.
Yes. Doctor, on the other hand, let's talk about the market access. After increasing the access of biosimilar, actually they maintain the supply chain resilience. They increase the price competition during the tenders. And also, what you mentioned, I believe it's a big important or the valid point for the patient-related or physician-related, but we can do some policy solutions like doing some transparent policies, targeted the education and enhance the educations, also do some incentive adaptation or streamline regulators.
So now we move with the evidence, with more evidence about what we talked about. Now we will see it in a real clinical practice. I just want to go with you about this study that was done at our institution in King Faisal Specialized Hospital by Dr. Hanuf Musa and the rest of the team. And this study basically, we have did it when the adalimumab biosimilar was first introduced to the institution. At that time, there was the debate that is it really as effective as the originator, the adalimumab originator. Now, we decided to go with this study to see those patients who was on adalimumab and they were in stable doses for almost 1 year before they switched to the new biosimilar, which was adalimumab at that time. So all those patients, we ended up with almost 257 patients who switched to the biosimilar. 93 of them, they just continue on the medication, with only 7% who have to discontinue the medication. Most of these discontinuation was due to inefficacy based on the physician judgment. However, the rest still continue their treatment. 80% among those patients who continued the treatment, they continued the same dose, and 20% of them only required either increase in dose or adding rescue therapy to their regimens. And the study was done among the Saudi population. When we were preparing these materials and we looked into the literature, especially the randomized control trial, the switching trials, we included almost 40 clinical studies for comparing the reference product to the biosimilars. All of these indications included rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, psoriasis, inflammatory bowel disease, and was among almost 5 medications, including adalimumab, infliximab, etanercept, and rituximab. Next slide, please. And we can see from all these trials and evidence that even our population are the same as the international population, which we have already data that is published. All of them have the same clinical efficacy, the same safety data in terms of either anti-drug antibodies or allergies and so on. And as well as in overall adverse effect, they all were similar between comparing the reference product to the biosimilars. So we also looked into the highest hierarchy of the evidence pyramid. We included a meta-analysis that also examined on patients with rheumatoid arthritis who were on originator and switched to biosimilar, including adalimumab, etanercept, and infliximab. All of these were similar efficacy compared to the biologics. So what do you think, Dr. Abdulaziz? Now, we looked into evidence. Is this evidence enough for real practice?
From my side, I think yes. Based on the available evidence, also based on your supportive data, I think when we talk about the regulator perspective, clinical data, either systemic review or real-world data, all of them are talking about there is no meaningful between the biologic and biosimilars. And I believe there are some issues, but overall, we have some data that get us mature enough to choose the biosimilar with the biologic in the practice.
Okay, just to add on that, yes, we might have some data about switching those patients from the biologic to the biosimilar or the originator. However, there is no evidence for those patients who are being switched on multiple biosimilars. This real-world data is still lacking in the literature. You will not find that much of strong data. And in addition to that, not all indications are available. As you can see, most of the study was on rheumatoid arthritis and so on. But when we, for example, when we look for neurology, for example, for multiple sclerosis, you will not find any data on switching. So, or there is a lack of data in that subject. So still the subject is chosen, as well as other rare indications that's still lacking this data for switching. So that is still a gap. I think we still need to look into these factors.
Okay, let's move to the regulatory requirements after the clinical evidence. First of all, you have to know the difference between the originator development and biosimilars. The main target for the originator, they should demonstrate the safety and efficacy through extensive clinical trials. I think due to that reason, the cost of manufacturing is more expensive than biosimilar. When we look for the biosimilar, they have to confirm the similarity to existing product with efficacy, and regarding the efficacy and safety, no more need to be supported through the file submission in each regulations. In such cases, like what they mentioned in some authorized regulatory, they mentioned such cases they might need some extra clinical trials, but overall, based on the recent guidelines, no need to support with the clinical efficacy when you submission the biosimilars. And before I go through the next slide, just so you know, the biosimilar pathways for file submission in each authorized regulatory, they should be focusing about the analytical characterizations, doing preclinical studies, including animals, and also focusing about the clinical pharmacology when we talk about the pharmacokinetic, pharmacodynamic. And as I mentioned now, the comparative clinical trials is no more needed. Just in such cases, maybe they need, but overall, no need. For the originator, they should start from discovery and the preclinical, going through the clinical trials through 3 phases, and finally with regulatory approval. In opposite side, for the biosimilar, they should be confirmed the analytical characterizations by doing extensive analytical studies, then going through non-clinical studies and the clinical pharmacology, finally the clinical studies in such cases. Here some numbers are regarding the emerging access of some products either in EMA or USFDA, and I think the data was old. I'm gonna to check nowadays about the data. I think we have more and more. We talk about 70 before a few years and 33. I think now we have more than 100. I think. Okay. The overall for the global regulatory approach, I focused about the strong authorized regulatory for Saudi FDA, US FDA, and EMA. And when we talk about Saudi FDA, they mentioned for the switching about between biologic and biosimilar, it was based on physician-led, and the policy driven, not pharmacy initiated. So all related to the physicians. But overall, what they mentioned, the guidelines, they considered the biosimilar interchangeable with the reference biologics, and the automation substitutions are determined at institution level. I think also the EMA, they are related to what Saudi FDA mentions, but we have some issue with the US FDA. They required additional study which might demonstrate no risk after switching. But overall, the lack of interchangeable label does not imply the inferior of efficacy or safety of biosimilar. I believe nowadays they are working most of strong authorized regulatory working to harmonize the global standards, and that would significantly accelerate biosimilar availability, especially in the emerging markets, which will lead to benefit the patient with limited access of therapies. So let's go through debate point, Doctor. From my side, after what I see from the clinical evidence, the regulation, what the regulator mentions, I think the regulatory cover all of aspects of biosimilars, especially for the US FDA, EMA, and Saudi FDA. For the clinical, they mention no clinical meaningful differences between them. So, what do you think? Are you still have some issues?
I have to add on this one actually. Yes, they are doing a great job in terms of regulatory authority, especially when we talk about the harmonizing now. All of these regulatory authorities no longer require the clinical study in all cases, which accelerated actually this option being adapted now in the market. However, still there is some debate or some debate about some point, especially when we are talk about interchangeability. Still, most of the countries require the prescriber approval before they consider the direct switching those patients from either originator to biosimilar or from biosimilar to biosimilar, which I think still has some clarification in the future, inshallah, to see it coming down the road. So now we will move to another important aspects, and this is the last part of our debate for today, is some of the challenges, and more specifically that we will talk about is the nocebo effects from biosimilars. These nocebo effects basically when the patient have the belief that this medication will not work, whatever it will be the medication and what we have been reported in the literature. This could be from negative information they receive from the media, lack of knowledge from healthcare providers that they are not able to deliver this message to the patients correctly, and also some lack of communication also between either the pharmacists, the physicians, with the patients. Next slide. So this study basically that I want to highlight on is a study that was done on almost 96 patients. Basically, this study, they delivered a message to the patient that they will be switched on a biosimilar, and they divided them to two groups. One group with positive message, and positive message where the healthcare provider was confident with a consistent tone and with clear language. The other group, they delivered the same message, but there was some hesitancy about delivering this message without consistent tone, and they compared these two groups. So what was the finding? Basically, those with positive language, definitely they were 2 times willing and waiting for themselves to be switched to those biosimilars. So this highlights the need for a positive language before we switch those patients, and for proper education to educate these patients. So this important factor, I think, that we need to look into it is the healthcare provider perspective about biosimilars.
So finally, I believe the last point that you mentioned is very important, especially regarding or related to the patient. But I think the solution that should be doing it's human being effort to increase the human being effort, increase the communication best practice, set the expectation, especially with the patient. Also, engage the manufacturing that's providing the biosimilar product to enhance the patient program to the community. So the main solution is education, increase the awareness about the importance of biosimilar. It's not just value effective, it's overall about the drug security, the diversification of the sources worldwide. And that's it. What do you have, Doctor?
Yes, as a conclusion, and now we are reaching to the conclusion point that as you have seen from the evidence and from the barriers that we need to look, this is something very important that we need to look into it. Not only one part, which is they are cheaper. No, not only they are cheaper, but however we need to consider, of course, first thing is the evidence. In addition to the evidence is the patient factors, these nocebo effects, these the educations that the patients needs to take before this, which the healthcare providers needs to be convinced about that these medications are really effective. And there was already real-world data that was done and clinical trial that prove effective, if any. And also, if there is any national switching programs that were done and proved that those patients were switched on those medication, it's proven to be effective for them. So all this needs to be considered in order to adapt the biosimilars in our practice.
So finally, thank you for your time.
Thank you, doctors, for the nice way to present your talk. It's very different to present a debate. So I'd like to ask if you have any questions. We received some questions from the audience. Is a mic coming?
السلام عليكم. يعطيكم العافية. يعني you touch صراحة one of the hottest topic يعني in our we are facing in our daily clinical practice. So I have just two questions. First question is, what do you think about adding biosimilar interchangeable as a requirement for the regulatory approval? Second question, I think you mentioned that the Saudi FDA required physicians' approval for switching. What about starting the new patient directly in biosimilar? Do we need to notify or at least taking the approval from physicians before we start this patient or the new patient on the biosimilar agent?
Thank you for this nice question. I think both questions are related to each other about the biosimilar themselves being prescribed directly without getting the physician approval. I think this is a big question, and I think there's still a big debate about this topic, is whether those patients should be started directly on biosimilar. However, as you have seen now, all the regulatory bodies with the harmonization, they are considering those biosimilars to be 100% interchangeable. They are given the label for this specific indication, and sometimes with some regulatory bodies giving the extrapolation, which means additional labeling for specific indications. So I think down the road, this is something is coming sooner or later, as what is happening now sometimes with the generic, where the patient have the ability to choose which brand or which medication he wants to go with. This is a personal opinion, from what I have read, but until now, what we have seen here in practice in Saudi Arabia, and I think also internationally, still it depends on institutional levels and in the insurance policies and so on. So hopefully I answered the question.
Any other question? I have a question for you. So, what key factors do you face during so what key factors do tertiary care hospitals consider when choosing a biosimilar?
I think there's too many factors that, for example, in an institution, when you want to adapt a specific biosimilar to your formulary. Now, of course, let's consider all of them are approved, regulatory approved medications. However, I think we need also to look back in more important things that, as important as the clinical evidence, which is, for example, this biosimilar or this company's ability to meet my demand from these medications. In addition, also, I need to look back into if there was any quality issues that was related to those medications or these specific, for example, manufacturers before I consider switching those medications. I hope this answers you.
One more point. I think nowadays the decision makers maybe push them for specific medication, specific brand, so you don't have a choice to choose one of them due to maybe politics issues or budget issues for each institution, not as before.
Okay.
I think there was a question in the audience.
Any further question?
Yeah. Thank you, doctors, for your very interesting topic. As a person who is also a biological biosimilar subcommittee chair, I'd like to hear from you. We do struggle from the point of convincing physicians or healthcare providers on the switching to biosimilars. It's really hard that there is no tangible studies specifically on the biosimilar. Just making the comments that it's interchangeable product is not really convincing for healthcare providers, especially that the earlier biosimilars came with different side effects and different response, and the changing between different products led to different outcomes in terms of the patient health outcomes. So in addition to, you mentioned in your study that the tone and the confidence of a healthcare provider is impacting the patient. So how to convince the provider and to make sure that this tone and language would be confident to be delivered to the patient in the end? Yes.
This is a very good question. Yes, it's very important that the physician themselves be convinced, or the pharmacist also be convinced about this product before they dispense it to the patients. And how we convince them, I think there is too many ways that we can approach this. First of all, the first part and most important part is the education. Of course, if for any healthcare provider who claim that this biosimilar, for example, is not effective, let's go back and either do, for example, medication use evaluation inside the institution. If there is a claims about, that this medication is not working, this medication has more side effects, or, for example, by doing real-world data, basically, as what we have did in our institution, where we have looked into the adalimumab switching. I think these points is really convincing, even for the physician, to discuss with them about these findings, to see exactly what was the real reason. Is it really from the product themselves, or is it from other factors that, for example, the patient's perceptions or beliefs in these drugs?
And one more point, Doctora. I think all of the FDAs, they are not approved any biosimilar unless they do strong, extensive studies for the analytical to be sure the similarity between biosimilar and biologics.
Any further questions? Thank you, Dr. Aziz Al-Ghayr, and thank you, Dr. Aziz Al-Layan.
شكرا للجميع.
Really appreciate it. Now I'd like to introduce our last lucky speaker, Dr. Bashaya Swaina. She's going to be talking about economic burden of Manjaro use in medication, Manjaro use in weight loss for obesity. Welcome to Dr. Oswena. She's a consultant clinical pharmacist, and she's a head of the Zenti program at King Saud University Medical City. Welcome to Dr. Bashar Oswena.
ما عندي مشكلة في المايك، كيف أحرك السلايدز؟ كيف أحرك؟ لا. وين؟ Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Thank you all for still being there. Thank you for your kind introduction, and thanks for the organizing committee and scientific committee for their kind invitation and the hospitality. So it's going to be the last topic, but hopefully it's not the least. Inshallah إنه ختامها مسك. By the end of this topic, we will be finishing our scientific activity. So as mentioned, I'll be talking about the economic burden of weight management or obesity management. This is my disclosure, and for the housekeeping, keep in mind our housekeeping rules for the lecture. If you have any further information or if you have any other concerns, feel free to contact Lily at any time. So the indication for using tirzepatide as a weight management medication, it's used for type 2 diabetes. It can be a monotherapy medication, or it can be an added on. Monotherapy in case the first line option were inappropriate or intolerable, and as an adjunct therapy or add-on therapy if the patient still requires more medication to manage his condition. For the obesity management, we can still use the tirzepatide as an obesity management medication. And why obesity is concerning and why we are still considering obesity as a subset of diseases and we want to manage it, because obesity is globally recognized as both chronic disease by itself and also it's a health disease burden that is negatively impacting our population. You can see that internationally, a lot of entities are recognizing obesity as a chronic clinical condition that is requiring management. In addition to in Saudi Arabia, a lot of ministries and health-related authorities are recognizing obesity as a burden, and it is challenging to manage patients if they are obese. The Ministry of Health, Saudi FDA, the Ministry of Support, the Ministry of Education, because even obesity is affecting the younger generations we have, is recognizing obesity as a very challenging condition in our population. You can see that the prevalence is increasing in obesity. And why obesity is concerning? Because we're not only affecting patients in terms of the shape, it's the other obesity-related complications and diseases. In 2022, about 1 billion people in the world is affected by obesity, which is considered to be a lot. In 2019, obesity was associated with the premature. People were dying earlier because they were obese, which is affecting about 5 million people. In Saudi Arabia, in the picture of the map, you can see that Saudi Arabia was highlighted or shaded in the darker color, which indicates that obesity comes in more than 30%, which is also present in other Middle Eastern countries. And the other lighter colors would be between 20 to 25, or even 10 to 20, which is also considered to be a lot in terms of considering the population affected by obesity. Why, again, obesity is important to talk about? The life expectancy. Life expectancy is negatively affected by obesity, and one of the main objectives of the Kingdom's Vision 2030 is to improve the life expectancy of the Saudi population, which is negatively affected by obesity. So when we improve the obesity, we are improving the life expectancy of population. And it's not only the life expectancy, we're improving even the correlated deaths related to obesity. Even if the person is affected by other chronic diseases, obesity increases their chances of death, even if they have other comorbidities. Especially when you see the diabetes type 2, you can see that there is a chance of having increased death when patients is diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, but this percent is increasing up to 42% if that diabetic person was also obese. And the definition of obesity is BMI of more than or equal 30. It's rising, obesity, in terms of the number of population, and with the rising of obesity, there is also other rising diseases. You can see that it's projected, based on the current numbers, it's projected that in 2035, it can be up to 60% of the adult population in Saudi Arabia affected by obesity. Obesity affects not only the shape of a person or the satisfaction or the size of their clothing, it's even affecting more than 200 different organs. 200 different organs can be categorized in terms of the biomechanical effects, which is the pressure or the physical pressure of the fatty tissue in the body, which can be attributed into having more chances of diagnosed asthma patients or COPD, obstructive sleep apneas, or other conditions that is physically affected by that increased fat or body mass. It can be from the metabolic effects of obesity, which is leading to liver diseases, diabetes, hypertension, or infertility of a person. It can be from the psychosocial effects. Yes, obesity can change the person's mood from anxiety, depression, and so. It can even lead to strokes or dementias. So it's really a serious condition. It's not only this, it's one of the highest burden in terms of the economic on different countries, it's the cancers. Cancers can be increased if the person is having obesity. And you can see among that list of multiple cancers, we can see the top 2 cancers for the female, the breast cancer, and for the male is the colorectal cancer. So in this study, they're not only studying the obesity in terms of the complications or comorbid diseases, they're studying the complication of obesity in terms of the quality of life of a person. A person who is obese will not be as a person who's not obese. The beautiful thing about this study that it includes Saudi Arabia population, in addition to the patients or population from the United Arab Emirates. So in this study, they analyzed the results in terms of the emotional, and more than 70% of obese patients are negatively affected by their obesity. Third, of those population, the work life is affected by their obesity, whether it's the productivity of them or it's the daily activity. They simply cannot walk as a normal person, or they cannot perform their normal activity normally or easily. In addition to the other complication, more than 80% of those patients with obesity, they at least had one obesity-related complication, such as diabetes and hypertension. So what's the economic burden of obesity? It is affecting us a lot. And with this classic iceberg picture, you can see that on the top, or the thing that we're seeing on the surface, is much less than what is heading behind or underneath the surface. So the direct cost is only 32%, which goes 99% for the medical managements in terms of the surgeries or giving medications and so. Whereas the indirect cost goes with almost 70%. And from that 70% of those people are prematurely dying. So if we are helping patients with improving their obesity status, we're preventing the premature death, which can affect also the productivity loss. And productivity loss can be directly with death or can be partially, such as the early retirement, having other obesity-related complications that require more rest, less of work, more absenteeism for the management, and so on. So the estimated economic cost in the world based on the WHO, which is projected from the prices from 2019, and estimated to be required on 2060 if we don't do any intervention for the current situation. So you can see that, for example, in Saudi Arabia in 2020, or in the Middle Eastern area in 2020, obesity was affecting or was requiring 70 billion USD to manage obesity and its complication. But if we don't do an intervention, in the coming years, after 40 years, this is going to be 10 times more. It can be more than 700 billion US dollar, which is a lot when counting the cost. So the total economic cost of obesity for specifically Saudi Arabia, you can see that in 2019 it was about $20 billion. But if we don't do an intervention by 2060, it would reach up to $150 billion. And it's not only the healthcare cost, it's even the healthcare resources cost. So you can see that the cost of managing a heart failure patient versus managing an obese heart failure patient would be much more. And this is not only impacting the public sector or the governmental sector, it's even impacting the private sector. How to afford the different devices, specific sizes, larger amounts, or devices that is managing those patients. So when calculating the indirect cost, in Saudi Arabia, it's going to be almost 20 billion, and it was almost 20 billion in 2019. But if nothing is changing, it will reach up to 150 billion by 2060. How to improve the global health
in terms of the population living with obesity. When managing obesity, we're not only managing the patient's weight, we're not only reducing the weight, we're not only changing their shape, we're managing other risk factors for other complications or other diseases. We can even prevent the development of other conditions, such as, which is commonly prevalent in the Saudi Arabia or in the Middle Eastern area, which is diabetes. So preventing or managing diabetes, managing obesity could lead to preventing the incidence of diabetes. And it's not only diabetes, osteoarthritis, hypertension, dyslipidemia, and other conditions. Again, for specifically Saudi Arabia, the cost when projected, if we are reducing 15% of the person weight, we're saving 180 million annually. If we're just improving 15% of their weight, which is, in terms of managing the weight, it's not that much of weight reduction, but it will costly, or it will save the cost hugely. For the SURMOUNT-5 trial, which is a trial that studied tirzepatide versus the use of semaglutide in obese management, they used patients with obesity and excluded diabetic patients from this study. They used doses of 15 milligrams or the maximum tolerated dose per person for tirzepatide, which is either going to be 10 or 15. For the semaglutide, they used 2.4 milligrams or the 1.7 to 2.4 milligrams if it's the maximum tolerated dose per the person. The primary outcome was the reduction in the 72 weeks, which is more than a year. And the secondary outcomes was the improvement in the BMI of a person, which is the reduction of 10, 15, 20, or 25 in the 72 weeks. And the other secondary outcome was the improvements in the waist circumference, which is another struggle or challenges in obese management. So when seeing the efficacy of both medications, tirzepatide improved the body weight by 21.6%, and semaglutide improved the body weight by 15.4% after the 72 hours, which is a lot in terms of improving the weight. The other obstacle was the improvement in terms of reaching the 25%. 1 out of 3 people managed by tirzepatide reached 25% reduction in their weight. 1 out of 5 patients managed with semaglutide reached 25% reduction in terms of their weight. The waist circumference was improved 20 centimeters. This is a very huge number, and maybe only patients with history of obesity or still struggling with obesity can understand what is 20 centimeter looks like and what's the improvements, even in terms of the size of the clothing they will be wearing, and when this number is achieved. And it was almost 15 centimeters with the semaglutide management. So in terms of the side effects, tirzepatide had commonly the GI side effects, which is number 1 comes the nausea for the side effects, and that side effects or nausea in general was improving after the titration and escalation of the therapy. When comparing the adverse events or the safety profile between both agents, semaglutide and tirzepatide, they were almost similar. So in conclusion, obesity, yes, it is a chronic disease, and it's not only a chronic disease, it's something progressive that if we don't manage, patients might be struggling. The problem is that sometimes we're blaming patients that they don't follow an appropriate lifestyle or diet. However, some patients would require, in addition to the lifestyle modification, medication managements that will help them to get improved. Obesity contributes in a lot of other complications, premature deaths, other chronic diseases, the economic burden, the societal burden. It is affecting us. A 5%, only 5% reduction in terms of the weight will improve the cost or will be a saving of almost
430 billion USD annually. So this is a saving when we are just improving 5% in terms of the weight. In Saudi Arabia, the high prevalence of obesity necessitates immediate action in addition to long-term management of the condition. Terzepatides offer impactful solution for obesity care in the kingdom, providing substantial weight reduction, improved metabolic outcomes, and support the national health strategies. As we mentioned, we want to improve the life expectancy. We want to improve the quality of life of our Saudi nation. And this is part of our kingdom's Vision 2030. And thank you. If you have any other questions, concerns, feel free to contact them at any time.
Before we conclude, we would like to sincerely thank our moderator and speakers for their outstanding contribution to this session. We now invite Dr. Saeed Al-Ghamdi to join us on stage to present the certificate of appreciation. Please join me in welcoming our speakers, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Aqil. Moderator, Dr. Hadi Al-Mansour, to the stage. We sincerely thank him for his guidance and leadership in making this session smooth and valuable. We truly thank all our speakers, moderators, and participants for making this session a success. Your insight and active participation have added great value to our discussions. Finally, we sincerely thank everyone who joined us throughout all the session. Your presence and passion have made this event meaningful. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at our future events. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
أعزائنا الحضور، اسمحوا لي أن أنا يعني أتقدم بالشكر. خلوني بالعربي، أنا ما راح أتكلم بالإنجليزي حاليا. اللجنة العلمية الآن انتهى البرنامج العلمي بشكل كامل. أحب أتقدم لكل المتحدثين والمودريتورز واللجنة العلمية اللي قامت على بناء هذا البرنامج العلمي الكامل في Ihop 7 بشكل كبير جدا، ويرأسها طبعا الدكتور فهد الحارثي وكل الأعضاء العاملين في اللجنة. شكرا جزيلا لكم، وشكرا جزيلا لتواجدكم، وشكرا جزيلا لإضافتكم إلى عائلة Ihop. شكرا جزيلا لكل الإضافات اللي انتم سويتوها. أعتقد الآن راح نبدأ أكثر فقرة حماسية في Ihop، المسابقات، وأعتقد تكونوا على الموعد. يعني ما أبغى أصير كذا، بس يعني إن شاء الله تستمتعوا بالفقرة الأخيرة إن شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا، يعطيكم العافية.
السلام عليكم. بريك صار لمدة 10 دقائق ونكمل إن شاء الله.
للوقت الآن التجهيز للمراحل النهائية لإعلان المسابقات إن شاء الله. أنا بس يعني اسمحوا لي إنه يعني يمكن كنا في زي يعني تنافس داخلي، ولكن أنا أعتقد إنه هذه النسخة تنظيميا من اي هوب من أفضل النسخ اللي مرت علي يعني في حياتي. ف شكرا جزيلا لكل المنظمين، واسمحوا لي انه يعني لو اطلقنا كلمه هذه النسخه يمكن اي هوب 7 طبعا، ولكن انا افضل يعني نلقي عليها نخليها كلمه اي هوب الدكتوره افنان المرضي. فشكرا جزيلا رئيسه اللجنه المنظمه، فعلا كان تواصلك وتفاعلك مع كل اللجان نموذج رائع جدا لنا، انا نفسي تعلمت منه. يعني قبل ما اطلب اي شيء كان بيجيني اوتوماتيكلي. فشكرا جزيلا. كل الفرق ابدعت وليس انتقاصا من اي فريق، ولكن ال يعني التميز بشكل احترافي جدا 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 يمكن ما شفته في اي مؤتمر اخر كانت اللجنه التنظيميه بقياده الدكتوره افنان. فاسمحوا لي انه انا اقدم لها هذه الهديه بوجودكم جميعا للدكتوره افنان. شكرا جزيلا يا دكتوره.
قبل الأدوات، قبل التعليم، قبل المهنة، كان هناك سؤال واحد فقط: كيف نعالج المرض؟ حيث أصبحت الصيدلة مسارا تقوده المعرفة والخبرة. ثم تغير الدور، لم يعد الصيدلي خلف الدواء بل أمام القرار، تحليل، متابعة، وتوجيه مبني على الأدلة لضمان سلامة المريض في كل خطوة. واليوم لم يعد الصيدلي يتعامل مع دواء فقط بل مع نظام ذكي متكامل، أتمتة، تحليل بيانات، وقرارات دقيقة تقود رحلة العلاج. التقنية لم تصمم لتحل محل الصيدلي بل لتعطيه
تست. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وها هي نهاية ما بدأناه، وبدأنا بنجاح وشغف وقدنا التغير. نصل اليوم إلى ختام مرحلة صنعت بالعمل الجاد وتكاتف الجهود والإيمان بأن الأثر الحقيقي لا ينجز بالكلام بل بالفعل. ما تحقق هنا ليس لحظة عابرة، بل خطوة محسوبة في مسار واضح يقوده أشخاص آمنوا بدورهم وتحملوا مسؤولية التغير. نغادر اليوم ونحن أكثر وعياً وأكثر التزاماً، أكثر استعداداً لما هو قادم، لأن ما بدأها هنا سيستمر هناك، حيث يصنع الأثر وتقاس النتائج. نغادر لا لننهي بل لنكمل، قادة في التغير. أعزائي الحضور، أحييكم تحية طيبة وأمسي عليكم بكل خير. محدثكم عبد الرحمن بن لافي الرشيدي، وأفتتح معكم الحفل الختامي لمؤتمر آيهوب بنسخته السابعة. أما الآن أتكرم بدعوة الدكتور محمد الشناوي والدكتورة أفنان المرضي والدكتورة آلاء مطلق والدكتور يحيى كادومي والدكتور فهد الحارثي لتكريم مقدمين هذا الحفل. مع شاكر المطيري، حسام العنزي، سفر الغامدي، شهد الشمري، زياد الأحمري، بندر الشمري، عبد العزيز عسيري، ريناد القحطاني، مهند الحازمي وعبد الرحمن الرشيدي. وبلا أدنى شك لا ننسى القائمين على تطبيق آيهوب، ابتداء مع الدكتورة ملاك الحارثي، دكتورة ولاء العدني، تمنح لمن آمن بأن التطور رحلة مستمرة، ولمن لم يرضى بالوضع وسعى 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 خطوة بخطوة ليكون أفضل من نفسه قبل أي أحد. قبل إعلان الفائزين بجائزة تحسين، أتفضل بشكر جميع المحكمين القائمين على هذه المسابقة، وأتكرم بدعوة الدكتورة ملاك النمري إلى المسرح. دكتورة ملاك النمري. طبعا حاليا راح يكون تكريم الفائزين بجائزة تحسين فئة الممارسين الصحيين. حبيت اني اطلع شوي عن الطور انه يكون اكثر رسمية، يكون طور عامي اكثر بحيث انه ينشر الحماس فيكم. مين توقعون الفائز بالمركز الاول؟ شلون؟ 10 بنبدأ من الأخير. المركز العاشر راح يكون من نصيب Reducing Expired Preparation. راح يكون من نصيب امباكت اوف كلينيك فارماسيست. نصيب سمارتر بريسكرايبنج. المركز السابع From Protocols to Practice. المركز السادس Unifying Sterile. المركز الخامس Lipid Lowering Agent. المركز الرابع Improving Vancomycin Therapeutic Drug. أما الآن وصلنا مع الثلاث مراكز الرئيسية. في المركز الثالث Electronic Pharmacy Platform. ننتقل للمركز الأول بعدين الثاني. في المركز الأول Establishment of Cluster Wide. كلمة عن الفوز.
أول شيء الحمد لله، والله هذا كله فضل وتوفيق من رب العالمين. يعني it wouldn't have been possible without honestly the visionary دكتورة ندى القضيب. She supported us through the whole process. دكتور عبد العزيز الغامدي CEO of the Eastern Health Cluster unwavering support always. والteam كله صراحة, it wasn't only a one-man's show, it was the whole team. It wasn't done in isolation. All the 7 specialty panels, all the clinical pharmacists, كل الفارماسي directors, حتى الphysicians, الادمنز, everyone. يعني هذا صراحة أنا أهديه لكل الفارماسي وحتى الphysicians اللي معنا في التجمع الشرقية. تسلم, الله يعطيكم العافية. Thank you so much.
يعطيك العافية دكتورة. أما الآن مع المركز الثاني From Gap to Leadership. جائزة تحسين فئة الطلاب في مركزين بس. متحمسين تسمعون المركز الأول؟ حماسكم ضعيف شوي بس. الفائز بالمركز الأول تبصر.
ما جهزت ولا توقعت الفوز هذا، ولكن ما في ولا كلمة توصف شعوري اليوم. تبصر هو حلم بدأ من 2 تقريبا وأطلقناه من 10 شهور، واليوم احنا باي هوب فايزين بالمركز الأول الحمد لله. الفوز هذا لكل شركائي في مبادرة تبصر، مو لي أنا الحالي بس. فمرة شكرا ويعطيكم ألف عافية.
ألف مبروك لتبصر، والحائزين على المركز الثاني DRBX. مع جائزة مسابقة صيدلة المستشفيات. والحائز على المركز الخامس مستشفى الدكتور سليمان الحبيب. في المركز الرابع مركز السلطان قابوس المتكامل. في المركز الثالث تجمع حائل صحي. في مسابقة صيدلة المستشفيات هو مستشفى الملك فيصل التخصصي.
الله يعطيكم العافية جميعا. شكر للجان والمنظمين، حقيقة كانت تجربة ممتعة. كان فيها stimulate thinking refresh. للزملاء في مستشفى الملك فيصل من المنظمين. تفضل.
صراحة ما جهزنا شيء، حرجتنا عبد الرحمن. الصراحة أنا لازم نبدأ بالشكر أكيد للمؤتمر ايهوب على تنظيم هذه الفرصة العظيمة اللي أتاحت لنا تبادل الخبرات مع مختلف المراكز والمستشفيات داخل وخارج المملكة. واكيد لابد نشكر الدكتوره اشجان الغانم اللي كانت سبب بعد الله في تواجدنا هنا. ونشكر الزميل يزيد، اكيد زميلي في المسابقه. والاهم قبل اختتم انا لازم اشكر صراحه اكبر داعم لي، وهو كل شخص جالس الان بين الحضور وقاعدين تسمعون صوتهم الان. أنتم جائزة فوق جائزة، وشكرا لكم.
ألف مبروك المشاري، وأتمنى أسمع الصخب هذا المراكز اللي بعدها. المركز الثاني مستشفى القوات المسلحة. جائزة مسابقة التثقيف الدوائي نبتديها بالمركز التاسع، ألا وهي جامعة شقرة. المركز الثامن كان من نصيب جامعة الملك سعود بن عبد العزيز للعلوم الصحية. السابع كان من نصيب جامعة العلوم التطبيقية من الأردن. في المركز السادس جامعة الإمام عبد الرحمن بن فيصل. المركز الخامس جامعة المعرفة. المركز الرابع جاب التساوي بين جامعتين، ألا وهي جامعة الباحة وجامعة رياض العلم. صفقة ثانية. في المركز الثالث جامعة الملك فيصل. الحائز على المركز الأول في جائزة مسابقة تثقيف الدوائي تبوك؟ لا مو بتبوك، جامعة حايل. نبي كلمة منكم بمناسبة هذا الفوز التجربة.
أولاً أقول بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم لك الحمد. فوز للأمانة يعنيني الكثير. أنا ما كنت أتوقع ولا جهزت حتى وش بقول. أشكر كل القائمين على مؤتمر ايهوب نسخته الخامسة، بالأخص المختصين على إدارة مسابقة Patient Counseling، وأحب أهدي فوزي الغالي هذا لجامعة حايل وعائلتي.
ألف مبروك. المركز الثاني في مسابقة تثقيف الدوائي كان من نصيب مين؟ القصيم. أما الآن ننتقل إلى جائزة الأبحاث لصيدلة المجتمعات فئة الصيادلة. واللي حقق المركز الثالث دكتور عبد الرحمن محمد. أدعو الدكتور محمد الحيط لتكريم المتطوعين فايزين. معلش الثاني أو في المركز الأول هادي المنصور. الثاني دكتور عبد الله عياشي. جائزة الأبحاث لصيدلة المستشفيات فئة الصيادلة. في المركز الثالث إبراهيم الحمود. الحائزة على المركز الأول بجائزة الأبحاث لصيدلة المستشفيات فئة الصيادلة حنين المبيض. المركز الثاني أشواق القرشي. جائزة الأبحاث لصيدلة المجتمعات فئة الطلاب، والحائز على المركز الثالث عبد العزيز الليل. الحائز على المركز الأول في مسابقة الأبحاث لصيدلة المجتمعات فئة الطلاب أنوار الحودار. الحائز على المركز الثاني عبد العزيز الحازمي مؤيد كنكار. جائزة الأبحاث لصيدلة المستشفيات فئة الطلاب في المركز الثالث عبد الرحمن الصليع. الحائزة على المركز الأول في جائزة الأبحاث لصيدلة المستشفيات فئة الطلاب راف الخليفة. المركز الثاني منيرة جلاجل. تكريم فريق تجربة المتطوعين بقيادة الدكتورة مرام القطيف، الدكتورة فتون العصيمي، الدكتور عبد الله الحربي، الدكتور فواز الشهري، الدكتور احمد المطيري، الدكتور عبد العزيز القحطاني، وانا عبد الرحمن الرشيدي. أما الآن مع تكريم المتطوعين، لكن قبل أن نبدأ أود أن نعبر عن شكرنا للفريق الرائع الذي كان خلف تنظيم هذا الحدث، إلى المنظمين والمعدين وكل من عمل بجد خلف الكواليس. تفانيكم واجتهادكم واهتمامكم بأدق التفاصيل هو ما جعل هذا اللقاء ممكنا ومميزا بهذا الشكل. شكرا لكم على التزامكم ولأنكم حولتم هذه الفكرة إلى واقع. ابتداء مع فريق إدارة الحدث بقيادة الدكتور فواز الشهري، تركي الشمري، حسام العنزي، بشر العمري، أثير السالمي، العنود الشهري، شاكر المطيري، شهد الغويري، مهند الرشيدي، ملاذ عباس، فهد البارقي، جود الشريف، محمد الورثان، بسام العصيمي، هند العتيبي، رزان الحمدان، مهند الفالح، فريال القصيمي، بسام القحطاني، غدير الرويثي، سلمى الحمد، وسيم نوح، ليان الطلحي، سكينة المشهد، حصة آل داود، خالد الغزال، عبد الرحمن العتيبي، عبد العزيز الخنيزان، غيداء الحويماني، غدير الغامدي، ريماز المطيري، عبد العزيز العنزي، محمد العلي، أحلام الغامدي، عبد الله الشمراني، فاطمة المعشوق، نور الحربي، المها المطيري، الهيام الدوسري، وجدان الحربي، فداء العجلان، محمد العمري، بتول السبع، عبد الله العتيبي، وجوري العتيبي. أما الآن مع فريق المسابقات بقيادة الدكتور لجين شبير، ابتداء بأمير العنيت، حذيفة مدخلي، أحمد العنزي، حنين المنصور، حمزة الحارثي، رغد الجمعة، ضي الحربي، ريم العتيبي، لينا العتيبي، نوف العتيبي، بندر القحطاني، وجدان هزازي، هبة الشعبان، شوق القحطاني، أريام العنزي، مشاري الشمري، فيصل المطيري، سار الجبالي، نور حميش. أما الآن مع فريق الأبحاث وورش العمل بقيادتي أنا عبد الرحمن الرشيدي، ابتداء بالعنود الزهير، جنى ياسر، طارق الوثيري، طيف الثبيتي، سارة قنوص، معاذ العتيبي، سعيد جويرة، روابي الغامدي، حسن المجحد، عبد الرحمن آل صليع، حمد العنزي، عبد العزيز الليل، رغد الأسمري، رغد فهد. وليس آخرا فريق الإعلام والتسويق بقيادة الدكتور عبد العزيز القحطاني، ابتداء برنيم فلاتة، باشا الرويس، أسيل الغيث، بدر العنزي، محمد العنزي، غلا العتيبي، ضي الرويس، رشا العنزي، عادل العنزي، نور الطريفي، هاجر الشمري، مؤيد كنكار. حضورنا الكريم انتهى حفلنا لهذا اليوم، واستاذن منكم كلكم تجون عند الستيج عشان نلتقط صورة تذكارية.